Welcome to the Summit Championship Series at The Bend. The Bend Motorsport Park is one of the world's premier motorsport venues, proudly built right here in South Australia. There are up to 7 circuit configurations ranging from 3.4 kilometres to 7.77 in length, with the GT circuit being the second longest permanent circuit in the world after the Nürburgring Nordschleife in Germany. Since opening back in 2018, it's hosted international events, national championships and world-class experiences. Dragway at The Bend opened in 2023 and has quickly established itself as the fastest track in the country, a true home of record-breaking performance. Be sure to explore the full venue, including the Bend Kartdrome, for high-energy accessible racing action. Visit the Bend Welcome Centre, the central hub of the venue, where you'll find iconic cars on display and an array of merchandise options available. Make a weekend out of it and stay trackside at the Ridges Pit Lane Hotel. Indulge at the Apex Bar and dining for breakfast, lunch or dinner. Don't miss their signature specials. We are here for round 1 of the Summit Championship Series at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. South Australian motor racing at its absolute best. And we're going to get ready for some racing action in just a few moments' time. We're here this weekend at the 4.95 kilometre layout, the international circuit here at The Bend. Welcome everybody to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia for the opening round of the Summit Championship Series. I'm Dan McCarthy, alongside me, South Australian veteran commentator Mark Nancaro. Mark, a bit of a new era this year.
Well, actually, put the mic on, Mark. To start off our Summit South Australian Championship here this weekend, and it's great to have us back on board. And normally we are voices of South Australian motorsport, but we now have a face. Hello there, and welcome to you to The Bend. Very recognisable voices, of course, and it's good to be here for our first ever round here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Got a lot to get through here, Dan. We've got the really traditional kind of categories here this weekend. Obviously, we've got the first round of the Australian Prototype Series, which is coming up very shortly for their qualifying session this morning. And, of course, we've got all the usuals here. Formula V are on board here this weekend. Improved production, saloon cars. We've got the Mini Sport, Mini Challenges, Sports Sedans combination here this weekend. HQ Holdens are back again in good numbers. So some good entries over the categories here this weekend. Very much a traditional style of state racing. And so it's really good to have that back here for this weekend. Okay, and we're about to just do a few little things, and we'll have our Australian Prototype qualifying session coming up in just a few moments.
Up first, we're going to have the Australian Prototypes qualifying. So we're going to get into qualifying to kick things off and then racing action throughout the day. All of the categories will have one race. Improved production will have a second later on this afternoon. So not too far away from some racing action. But the Australian Prototype Series, they've got a few rounds here this year. One of the fastest categories in the country.
Yeah, most of the rounds will take place here at this very venue. Of course, Jam Motorsport, as you can see there, few of their cars down in pit lane there at the moment. And you can see all the Gem T-shirts down there. Of course, they are stationed here, right here at this track in their garages, just a few metres away from the main complex here. And so they have a lot of cars involved with the Australian Championship. And so be it that most of the rounds here are based here in SA. And I've got a couple of rounds in Sydney coming up a little bit later on as well. So we're looking forward to those coming through. So these are the fastest race cars we've got here this weekend. And it's a very diverse group of cars too, because if you have a look at the different prototypes that are involved here, not too many are alike. In fact, they're all very different engine capacities, different styles of race cars. That's the Legier there of Scott Borman. That's actually at its first race meeting here in the championship. And that we'll certainly see that very distinctive Le Mans prototype race car out there in those unusual bright Borman colours, in the bright green. We certainly be able to miss that one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, LMP3 machine, very much looking forward to seeing that hit the racetrack and seeing how competitive it is against the other machines. The qualifying session prior to it has just concluded. That was for the Mini Challenge and Sports Sedans competitors. So that you might have seen they are just coming into the pit lane. So there's just a couple more to come. There is one of the minis, so we're not too far away from getting into the action. If you've not seen this venue before, it's located around an hour southeast of Adelaide, just down the Princess Highway, very easily accessible from the Adelaide CBD, and it really is a world-class facility. We urge you to get out here if you are watching from home here in South Australia. A track that opened back in 2018, and it really has built and built, hasn't it? We've seen the dragway open, we've seen the kartdrome open, and it's really a world-class facility.
Yeah, lots of change since 2018, that's for sure. When we came out of that very first dusty race meeting that we came in here in 2018, it's a very long time ago. There's a lot more grass in those days, and as you mentioned there, Dan, of course, the drag strip, which is going to be in use this weekend too. They've actually got the rubber ride over there this weekend, which is for the burnout guys and girls over there. So there'll be plenty of smoke flying down there throughout the weekend. So all things well and truly in full use here this weekend. Kartdrome is also in full use, which is down the southern end of the circuit here. And we certainly see that in some of our pictures over the weekend as our prototypes head out for their qualifying session here, round one of their championship.
Short, sharp qualifying session, 20 minutes in duration, and the time has already begun. So we've already gone green, so time is ticking away. Good field of Australian Prototype Series competitors this weekend. We've got a lot of former champions. We've got 14 cars in total across the 3 different classes. We'll talk about that as this session goes on, but great to see on this mid-March, Martinenko, mid-March, and it's like a lovely summer's day here in Adelaide.
Just people that aren't here, of course, it is quite warm. I just stuck my head out the door just a few moments ago. Quite warm conditions out there. There's a lot of sunshine on the track, so track temperature will be very good here over the weekend, especially for these guys. They will be looking for as much track temperature as they possibly can to get as much grip as possible. Car 46, that's Sam Milton just going through there, second generation racer. Car number 3 there, of course, of Tim Cook, as you can see there on track at the moment in the Nova prototype. Well, these cars just get some heat back into the rubber for the first time here for the weekend, and it should not take them very long at all. Heading down, we are using the international circuit here this weekend, which is the 4.95 kilometre circuit. There are 18 turns of all different configurations, in case you're not too familiar how it works, and you will certainly pick that out during our broadcast. And we can see they're descending down behind the trees there now, down the back part of the circuit. Scott Borman there, that's a brand new race car for the Prototype Series this year. We're just talking about the Le Mans Prototype Ligier race car. And it's a new endeavour for Scott this season.
This car races in the Asian Le Mans Series, European Le Mans Series, and Le Mans Cup as well. So a very well-designed machine, brand new, only debuted in the international racing categories last year. So this is the first time we've ever seen it on Aussie shores in racing capacity. So really interested to see how this is going to shake up against those other cars. Of course, they've pretty much all got a clean slate this weekend. There is a bit of a BOP system like you see in international GT racing to try and keep these cars nice and even. But for this first round, I'm really interested to see how this is going to kick into gear, the Ligier machine. Absolutely awesome to have that here as part of the series. But as you can see, all different shapes and sizes. There is John Paul Drake just crossing the line now, former champion in the series, of course. And he blasts his way down towards turn number 1. But we're looking at Andre Ross, who is a regular in the series, as a lot of these guys are, Mark. You know, there's a lot of these guys that come year after year. They might change cars, but once you seem to start in the series, you don't leave.
Phil is certainly one of those, and he will be competing in the Wolf Tornado, so that's a lighter capacity prototype out there. And the story goes that this is actually one of the first Tornadoes that was actually imported to Australia when they first introduced these race cars. And then the story followed from there, and then we saw an influx of the various Wolf race cars that have made their way to the shores here. A lot of them here based at Adelaide, as I did mention earlier. And of course they are an Italian designed race car and basically run the Honda power plants in these race cars as well. That's the 1.6 litre version. So the capacities look like he's got Jason Macris behind him, and that's a different cup of tea altogether. That's the Wolf F1 Extreme, so that's the only 5 litre car in the field. And of course a multiple national champion too, Jason Macris, so he'll be looking to put another championship on the board here this year. It's a really cool car too, and it'll certainly fly around this venue as we're trying to get a few more laps under our belt. So that is the Wolf F1 Extreme there. He's the current champion from last year, Jason Macris.
He had a couple of years off taking a title. We could see him back on form last year. He really was the dominant victor in the end, taking the title by nearly 200 points. He didn't even need to take part in the final round. He had it basically sewn up prior to that, so he had a fantastic year last year. There's so many different race winners across the course of the season, and that's one of the great things about the BOP formula. For those tuning in, there's 3 different classes out there: AP1, AP2 and AP3. AP1 is for the prototype vehicles. AP2 is for the Radical SR3s, one of the most popular machines in the series, so they've got their own little class. And then AP3 is for all motorcycle engine cars out there on the circuit. So there's quite a few of those, as we see around the outside on Scott Borman, around the fast flat out section down the hill. It's a really really high speed middle section of the lap. It really suits these cars well, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it certainly does. Nice sweeping corners, certainly through that back section of the track. Jason Macris out there at the moment. First fastest lap there, in fact, was Jason Macris, just come up on my screen there, so he should dominate this qualifying session just there in front of the veteran of the group there, Mark Lauke. Good to see him back, and also back for yet another series. Really one of the real old hands in motorsport here in SA. And Mark Lauke in, of course, the Wolf GB08 Tornado. That's the Lauke Flower moves entry. You certainly won't miss that car on track either. That's not the current car we're looking at on the screen at the moment, but there's the 23 car there of Phil Andronis. Phil's got an interesting background. Of course, he did race a couple of seasons here in SA in improved production. And in fact, he's not the only former improved production driver in this series. Ian Eldridge has also come from that group as well. And the couple that have followed. The cars, so there's Elysier there of Borman. Just leading through. And the next car to go through there is the 69 car. That's Aaron Steer. So the proprietor there of Jam Motorsport having a steer this weekend, to say the least, no pun intended. But certainly good to see him having a board. Usually he's running around trying to sort everybody else out, trying to get all those cars up to scratch. Mark Lauke on screen there in the Lauke Flower entry. He's more senior of the drivers certainly in the group, and is also a former Australian champ as well. So he knows how to win a championship, and a lot of experience underneath that racing, what I can tell you. And certainly raced Porsches in sports cars for quite a number of years. But since this prototype thing sort of started a few years ago, he's been hooked. And like you said there, Dan, once they sort of get into this group, that's where they really do remain. So it is a very likeable car. Sam Milton's another one that's come of various groups into this group, and he's absolutely loving this category, considering that some of these guys here that have the comment of, you know, really enjoying these race cars. They are a real race car, and they are fast. And they are the fastest one. That's the now Global Logistics entry there on Aaron Eldridge, and he's in the store. So he is in one of the motorcycle-powered race cars, so a chain-driven race car. There's no diffs in those cars. And not too many store-built race cars here in this country. In fact, the store race car is actually a South African design. and imported from that part of the world. Ian Eldridge spent a lot of years in improved production racing here in SA, and something completely different to that. Of course, remember he used to run the 6-litre, the 6-litre Chev-powered Tirana for many seasons. And so a slightly different configuration again. So Jason Macris is still on top of this early part of this qualifying session from Matt Lauke. Aaron Steers got himself up into third position. And Philandronis has done a strong job early too. Carly just inside the top 4 there in this particular group.
They've got a 5-round series in 2026 starting here. This is round 1. This is when things get serious for them as we go qualifying. They had 3 practice sessions yesterday, but this is when the intensity turns up. Oh, that was quite close. It turns up a notch through turn number 5 there. The flat-out kink of turn number 5 in these cars. That is a very, very, very fast corner. But they go to a lot of these fast-flowing natured circuits. Sydney Motorsport Park is next on their agenda at the end of May. Mid-August, Phillip Island. And then they're back here on the West Circuit, the shorter layout of this track, the 3.41 kilometre configuration in September. And then they round out their series in mid-November. I can't remember the last time. In fact, I'm not even sure the prototypes have been to Malala over the years. Certainly, it's been a long time for them since heading to the the circuit just north of the CBD in Adelaide. As you look at car number 33, this is Yilas. Just at the tail of the field at the moment, but a new competitor, new car, so just a case of feeling, just learning this weekend and getting experience to build on throughout the rest of the 2026 season.
Here, Mokuyalis there in the emergency services group entry. That's got an old sort of McLaren look about it, hasn't it, with the red and the white coloured striping on that car. But it's far from McLaren. It is the Furman, which is another one of those obscure cars that does run a motorcycle with engine as well. And I think there's 3 of them in this field here this weekend. Wish Michael well. He's on debut here this weekend, as we did mention. So, as Dan mentioned, we'll certainly just be learning the ropes at the moment, trying to work out which way to point this car and work out how to get some extra speed out of it. So he's a new name in this group and making his way down there. But it is a pretty cool looking race car.
It's a very cool looking race car, isn't it? And of course, open wheelers have been a big talking point in the recent past. Of course, new Formula One regulations, but you know, that is a little bit short on the wheelbase and a little bit skinnier. It does look a little bit more like these more modern generation Formula One cars, but there'll be no regenning out there on this circuit here today. He'll be driving flat out in this qualifying session, but there's even a few logos that nod to the McLaren livery from the late 80s and early 90s of a particular cigarette sponsor that we're not going to mention on air. He comes across the line to complete his 4th lap, and it is an improvement, a 2:01.1, and he's only a couple of seconds off the pace of a couple of others, so not too far outside of the top 10. The top 2 competitors at the moment in this session have come into the lane. Jason Macris and Mark Lauke. They sit 1 and 2 respectively in the order at the moment. Jason Macris 4 seconds clear of the field at the moment. To give you an idea of just how far ahead of the field he is, the next 9 cars are within 4 seconds of each other, from Lauke all the way down to Gary Patel at the tail end of the top 10. So he is significantly clear of the field at the moment. Aaron Steer is in position number 3. He's just 0.8 off Lauke in 3rd. Scott Borman in 4th, and Cook in position number 5. Very tight from position 2 through to position number 7. Just 1.5 seconds separating those 6 competitors at the moment.
Cook actually put a pretty good lap there, picked up 3 positions inside that lap as well, so he just put his fastest lap in the qualifying session. Car number 3, which is the on-demand electrical entry in the Nova prototype. Too many Nova prototypes floating around in this series. That's the 2-litre version, so Mark Lauke's back out on track. Still having a look at the Michael Yarlis car. when you think of those colours, you think of Alain Prost and his teammate that probably didn't get on with him too well at in centre. There was a bit of argument in that era, wasn't there?
Absolutely. Absolutely there was. And even after that, of course, Gerhard Berger replaced Alain Prost after he left the team. But through he goes, through the right-hander. They'll be nearly flat out in these cars, I imagine. The final 90-degree right-hander, not quite 90 degrees, sorry, I should say. But it's really deceiving, quite an uphill corner. You don't see the exit of that corner when you commit flat out to the entry. So if you have any kick of oversteer, you will be headed to the grass. Another PB lap again from Yallas. And still remains at the tail of the field, but getting ever closer to those ahead at the moment. Here is the number 3 machine of Cook. You just spoke about him moving up to position number 5. Andreas has just knocked him back a position, but not for long. He moves provisionally onto the second row of the grid. Position number 4 for Cook. A really solid lap, that one. And he's right in the fight now. He's just a second off Lauke in P2 and only a couple of tenths away from Steer in position number 3. So it's really close, as we say, from position 2. I love this car. It looks like a stretch limousine, doesn't it? It's so long.
Yeah, the long Nova there. He gets a bit of he's pushing hard too, because you can see the brake lock up there in a couple of corners. So he's still on a fast lap as well. Gee, tight apex. Right up on the inside of the curb there in that shot. So he's pushing that car very hard indeed. That's the crest up towards turn 7 down the northern part of the circuit. As they go down that hill there and come out the other side. And down the back there's a consecutive bunch of right-hand corners down that part of the track, which he's already completed. So he's the man to certainly look at the moment. That's Tim Cook. He's been in the series for some time. So plenty of experience there as well. And it's Phil Andronis just going out a shot there as well. So he's back to position 6 at the moment. In fact, he's probably done his best qualifying session so far. Looks like he's in for a pretty good year. Certainly another driver that certainly has been slowly improving over the last couple of series. So Phil finds his way around the back of the circuit there. And it looks like he's got Tim Cook just behind him. That's what we're looking at, that shot at the moment. That's a great comparison of race cars. Look how much longer the Tim Cook car is, and the much shorter car of Phil Andronis in the Tornado.
He's finding a draft on the pit straight, just trying to pick up some sort of toe. Is Cook on the tail of Andreas down in towards turn number 1. That pays dividends in machines like this. Particularly this car, as he flicks it through the slightly cambered turn number 3, can take a little bit of a wider line than you might think, but then flat out through 4, flat out through turn number 5, and then hard on the brakes for the left-hand hairpin. And you don't see the apex of this corner until you are turning into the corner. It's really hidden. It really falls away from you down to the left-hand side. very deceiving, particularly from the camera angle that we're at. And what a camera angle it is. This is located right on the top of the Bend pit lane facility, of course. Not only, whoa, a spin there for Cook at the tail, just going down the hill through the flat out right-handers, just lost the rear. I think maybe potentially getting a little bit of dirty air. That was an advantage on the pit straight, but that turned into a disadvantage in the flat out right-handers, the dirty air playing havoc there, and I think that was the main cause for the spin. But a big lose there for Tim Cook. He'll be trying to refire that and get it out of harm's way. It's in a bit of a precarious position down there at turn number 9, so want to get that one moved, but that was a big spin.
Only problem being parked there, these cars sit very low to the ground, so once you get in that little grass bit, he's probably beached himself down there, I would suggest. They're very hard to get out. They don't like the grass very much, and you find it pretty difficult to get out of that position. And we're just watching Phil Andronis go through. No improvement on his time there at the moment, still in 6th position on my timing monitor, but still gets him in the first half of the field, which is certainly a positive for Phil.
Notably, Mark Lauke has gone back out onto the racetrack, but we have gone red flag. No surprise there, but unfortunately with 90 seconds to go, that may very well be that. So Jason Macris at the top of the leaderboard from Mark Lauke. Scott Borman in third, Aaron Steer in fourth, and this man facing backwards at the bottom of the hill, Tim Cook in position number 5. He'll be kicking himself with that one. He had a very strong start to the lap, but as we say, what do you think, Mark? Do you think it was the dirty air that contributed to that?
It was a bit hard to tell from that angle, but it's very difficult to see over there, but certainly it was a pretty violent spin, and lucky he had the grass there to pull him up. But you can see the red flags ablaze. You've only got 45 seconds left on the clock here, so this session will probably be declared here.
Yeah, time continuing to tick down. So just, 30 seconds remaining. So I think we will see the checkered flag. Even if they add the time back on that we've lost, 90 seconds is not enough to go around and start another lap. So I think either way you look at it, I think this session has been run and been done. Unfortunately here this morning, but we will of course be having a race later on this afternoon. One man who won't be disappointed that it's been declared is Jason Macris at the top of the timesheets.
He certainly is. So he will be our pole sitter for race 1, Jason Macris, in car 44. As you mentioned, they're 4 seconds quicker than Mark Lauke, so he's another former champion in the series as well. Then we go back to Scott Borman in third position, and alongside of Aaron Steer. He hasn't had too many drives of late, but he'll be pretty pleased with that. Next part of the grid will be Tim Cook and Phil Adronis. 7th and 8th on the field, the grid will be Paul Trengrove. We didn't get to mention too often there. Then we go back to Ian Eldridge, Gary Patel in 9th, and just inside the top 10 there, Sam Milton. And they've got Glenn Staubbaum in 11th, and the last 2 pair on the grid there will be the car of Matt Powell and Michael Yarlis, the debutant there at the rear of the field.
If you've seen the margins, yes, Macris took pole by 4 seconds, but in position number 2, Mark Lauke was just 1,000th of a second faster than Scott Borman. 1,000th of a second in a lap that's nearly 5 kilometres.
Depends on how thick your hairs are.
Incredibly close between those two. Steer a further 0.8 of a second behind, but he, Cook and Andre was separated by just half a second in the end. The recovery team straight down onto the scene. But what a glorious day it is here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Sunny blue skies all around. It is a marvellous day. Myself, Dan McCarthy, and Martin Ancaro. For the first time this year, we're joined by Luke Mader. Luke, down to you.
Good morning, gentlemen, and it's a fantastic day here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Sun's out, not in sight, and we've got some awesome racing coming today. We've just had qualifying for the Australian Prototype Series. We've just seen Jason Macris put it on by 4 seconds, the reigning champion. We've also got this fantastic machine that's only new to Australia, comes straight from France, the Ligier LMP3 car that we see in the European Le Mans Championship, and I'm sure we'll see Scotty Borman get around that car and make his way up the field from third, hopefully fighting for third later today.
Thanks very much, Luke. Great to have him a part of the team this year.
He's a new part of our commentary team, Luke. And, of course, we might remember Luke was a Formula V competitor here over the last couple of seasons. And he's got a new project now. Obviously, that's moved on. But now he's also going to be a part of our pit crew down there. And good to have Luke on board with his very wise knowledge.
Indeed. Very handy steer. Looking forward to getting his insights down there in the lane throughout the course of the season. We can see him down there on the screen, just in and amongst the action. That session has been declared as we expected it to be. So it is Jason Macris on top at the end. Here are some of the highlights. That was close. We saw the number 19 there of Ian Eldridge have to open up the steering as one of his competitors came blasting up the inside through turn number 5. We marvelled in the livery, didn't we, of Yilis. Great to have him a part of the series as well. But fortunately, for the most part, they all kept it pretty clean in that session.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just the one spinner there, obviously, just to finish. There's the replay. Well, that's feeling John, we didn't catch that one.
No.
A bit of lawn mowing down the back of the circuit there. Not ideal.
That's what allowed Tim Cook to catch him up in the first place, because they were separated by a good few seconds prior to that moment in time. And then this was it. So he had a little bit of a toe look on the pit straight, weave to the inside, and then a few moments later, half a lap later, lost the rear end. As we can see, one of the other cars being towed into the lane. That's the number 69 of Aaron Steer, isn't it?
Yeah. In the Force India inspired livery on that car.
Harps me back to my days growing up in the Formula One era that I grew up with, Force India, of course, which took over from, Jordan effectively after a few team names. It's now Aston Martin, but we can see that the number 3 has been dragged onto the racetrack, and he will bring it into the lane under his own power, which is always good news.
So it looks like no damage incurred there, which is very positive indeed. And that will complete our qualifying session there for the Australian Prototype Series here for round 1 of their National Championship.
So we can see that the qualifying session has been completed. We're set for the first race in a few moments' time. It's going to be the XL Trophy category, a category that's for the youngsters trying to make a career in motorsport. And boy, oh boy, has XL's become a pathway series in recent years.
It's going to be absolutely huge here again this weekend. And they're about to be, the trophy class about to be unleashed in just a few moments' time. And all the prototype drivers out of the car will and truly advise that session has finished. Just a bit of scrutiny being done down there at the moment. There's Luke down there. He's not too busy on the mic down there. What's going on there now, Luke? He's very quiet down there on the mic. A few happy faces down there too, which is good. It's a pretty positive group. Gary Patel just out there walking around in the orange and black suit. So we wait for our XLs. So we're just talking about XLs, and of course the 2 groups here again this weekend, 2 huge fields. Trophy will be our first race coming up in just a few moments, followed by the Masters, who have just about outnumbered the trophy class here this weekend. They've got a few good names too, certainly on board here for this race meeting. And XL's coming up for race 1 in just a few moments. It's interesting to note the 2 Johnsons at the top of the timing screen there too. So we won't try to get them too confused. Yeah, so Joel Johnson and Asher Johnston on the front row of the grid, the 2 most recent champions. The last few years it's been all about Joel Johnson, but having Asher Johnson back in the mix, separated by just 0.2 of a second in that earlier qualifying session. It's going to be interesting to see if those 2 can break away or if the others can go with them. Because last year we did see a lot, didn't we? Early on, Joel Johnson would break away early and take off into the distance. He's going to have his work cut out though this year. Maybe not the same here, because you look at their qualifying times, very closely matched. In fact, they were the dominant pair out of the qualifying session earlier. Remember, there's no Aaron Oliver in this series this year, so the predominant bridesmaid from the last two series has got another project in the wings, so there won't be any Aaron Oliver here for this series, but the return of Asher Johnson, another multiple South Australian champion. So 2 very well decorated champions off the first 2 part of the grid here. Asher, of course, having a short stint in the Aussie Racing Car Series, and he's come back to grassroots racing here for this year, and he will compete in every single round. Great to have him back, and it's going to be a great battle, and there they are. That familiar Autobahn and Mildura entry there of Joel Johnson, who went through the series last year undefeated, which is unheard of in any of this series. So we'll see what he's got, the bag of tricks he's got here for this season. There's the Inverell Ford entry just behind him there of Asher Johnson. And beyond that, we have Brodie Dominic, who'll be starting from position number 3, only 0.4 off in qualifying. Then we've got Fletcher Lewis, Jackson Faulkner, Dylan Cooper,
Bailey Freed. Matthew Tatani will start inside of the top 10 ahead of Magnus Poole and Ben Gallier. Very tight inside of the top 10. Beyond that, we have Cameron Quinn, Isaac Sparks from position number 12, Elliot Redwood, Riley Harrison, Jackson Selwood, Jacob Lang, Jonathan Pokey, then Bailey Perryman, William Cutting, Connor Gowling, and no time set in qualifying for Cooper Harris. So hopefully we see Cooper out here for this race. Qualifying was first thing this morning at 8:30 local time. So it was a very, very dirty, cold track, very different conditions to what they are greeted with now 2.5 hours later. So looking forward to getting into this one. Really fascinated to see Johnson versus Johnston. But if these two fight hard, I think the rest of the field will be right in contention as well. We've seen Brodie Dominic and Fletcher Lewis fight right up the front the last couple of years. So what can they do in race number 1 of a brand new season? All new liveries, they all look fresh, they all look clean, they all look smart. How long will that last? It's always door-to-door racing in the Hyundai Excel Trophy Series as part of the Summit Championship Series in 2026. A new era of the South Australian Motor Racing Championship. We see the cars come around to conclude their warm-up lap. We're not too far away from getting racing here. First race of the new season. 22 minutes was put on the clock for this race, and it starts from the moment they roll out of the pit lane at the start of their warm-up laps. Already a couple of minutes have elapsed, but the good news is they've all been tightly bunched together, so we won't be too far away from getting it underway, because the last couple of cars are already slotting into position. On the left-hand side of the screen, we have the reigning champion in Joel Johnson. But after a couple of years away, Asher Johnston is back in 2026. Staggered starts here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. A bit different to most circuits around the nation. And that does mean that you do have an advantage on the person that you are starting on the same row as we look to the back of the grid. Green flag is waving. The lights are about to come on, and once they go off, we will be underway in season 2026. Revs are rising, lights around, and we are indeed underway. Great start from Joel Johnson. Immediately, Ashley Johnston pulls in behind, and that's what they're all trying to do. They're all trying to get into line, into this big snake, down towards turn number 1. Asher Johnson has got a bit of a run in the slipstream and pulls out to the outside line. But into turn number 1, Joel Johnson leads the way, and it's pretty tame down at turn number 1, which I'm pleased to report.
Winners out of that were Bailey Freed, got a very good start too, picked up a couple of positions there off the line. And the 56 car, Fletcher Lewis, I should say, up to 3rd position. He was also very clean off the line, but straight to the front. You've seen this a few times. And it's going to be Joel Johnson to lead them through down to the blind corner and the hairpin down there at turn 6 in front of Johnson. And there's the Lewis on hunting around the outside. What a talent he said. We saw plenty of him here last season. Brodie Dominic just tucked him behind me. Oh, someone went wide there. I think that might have been Johnson. That's the Asher variety.
That was Lewis going around the outside there, and Johnston just himself running a little bit wide. And when you got somebody on the outside of you, the answer is they are going to end up in the grass. But fortunately, it is play on, no harm done. They remain in position, but a good start from Lewis, as you say, moving ahead of Dominic in the opening sequence of corners. As you see down at turn number 12, Crofty Corner, as it's affectionately known here in South Australia. They roar towards the fast blind turn number 13. You can see they disappear behind the hill, and that means that they can't see the exit of the corner as they blast through there. But these top two have pulled an ever so slight margin, just a couple of car lengths on these cold tyres. I see that in position number 6, that looked to me to be the fast starter that you mentioned a few moments ago of Bailey Freed. So he's up from 8th up to position number 6. So good start from him. Down into turn number 17. How effective is the slipstream going to be? These are low horsepowered machines. The slipstream, particularly if there is a headwind, is quite substantial. Let's see, this is the first race that we have seen this weekend. Look at them all trying to use maximum amount of track room coming on to the pit straight. The KFC entry there of Paul, I think that was, using all of the grass, going mowing already very early on this Saturday morning. No time for mowing, it's time to get racing. And Johnson leads the way ahead of Johnston, Lewis, Dominic, Cooper, Faulkner and Freed at the end of lap number 1.
Challenge for the lead too, just as it's about to happen. Asher now up behind Joel for the challenge there. Up the hill there at turn 4 down to 5. So this is a big passing opportunity too, down this crest, with Fletcher Lewis being very patient, just waiting for this pair in front. Another winner too, just behind them is the Queenslander back here for another run this weekend in Jackson Faulkner. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Oh, that's a nice tight apex there for Joel. So we'll retain the lead. But while this was all happening, look at the ground that Lewis has made up, get himself up into 3rd position. So there's positions 1, 2 and 3 in that shot. And just get away from Brodie Dominic. Just talking about Jackson Faulkner. He's got Bailey Freed absolutely on his hammer at the moment. So that's back there for 6th and 7th position. All these little battles are starting to develop. But the real battle here is up the front of the order. So it is our lead car there in Joel Johnson, the real Dura-based driver, going for a 3-peat here, trying to pick up his 3rd South Australian Championship. He's got plenty of pressure because he's got a wise head behind him, and Asher Johnson, he knows how to win a state championship. He'll just bide his time at the moment. In fact, they've just got away from Lewis there just for a moment as well.
There's a little bit of a twitch there through turn number 13 for Johnson, and Johnston had a little bit of a look as a result of that into turn 14, but was nowhere near close enough to execute a move. But he's got a nice run out of 16 down the hill towards 17, which is a fantastic overtaking opportunity. Turn 17, tied to the 90-degree right-hander. It really does come back on itself, and it's a real great passing place. Certainly one of the best at this venue. Turn number 1 is another, and that's where they're headed right now as they come across the line to complete lap number 2. These top 3 cannot be separated at the moment. You don't even need to throw a blanket over them. You could throw a small towel or even a flannel over them as they head down towards turn number 1. Johnson goes defensive, forces Johnston to go the long way around, but he runs in a little bit too deep, and that may open the door for Fletcher Lewis. No, not quite. The Mishas XL Garage machine remains in position number 3.
One of the few XL Garage entries here this weekend, as we've seen in previous rounds. Just got away from Brodie Dominic, this trio in front. So let's have a look to see what Johnson can do here. A little bit of a blind corner here, around the outside there for Asher. It's probably not where you want to be. Oh, look at Lewis up on the inside, trying to sneak one in. Oh, and there was a bit of panel rubbing there, if you don't mind. So there was a bit of no argue there. Not a lot of room between them. But certainly a little bit of hip and shoulder there as Lewis tried to get up on the inside. And this gets a nice little margin now to our race leader here in Joel Johnson while that was all happening behind him. So yeah, some serious stuff there. Johnson up on the curb there. So he's found the blowtorch being applied there from Fletcher Lewis. And he means business. It's time to pick up another position. Yeah, Brodie Dominic got company too. So there might have been the Faulkner car. Let's have a look. Oh, if you don't mind, not a lot of room in that apex. Very oh, there it is. And there's the nudge. Just there in our replay.
Fletcher Lewis was 4th in season 2024, 3rd in 2025, but he is hungry for more in 2026. You can see he's taking it to these former champions that really have dominated the series in recent years. dating back to 2021 and beyond. It's been all about Johnson and Johnston. The last non-Johnson or Johnston champion in this series was Michael Clemente back in 2018. So it's a bit of fresh blood, which is really good to see. Of course, we've seen Fletcher Lewis fight at the front the last few years, but I'm really pleased to see how he's taking the fight to the dominant forces of these series the last couple of years.
The name for the past, Michael Clemente winning that series. I do remember that series when he dominated that series too. I can't believe that's 9 years ago.
Through comes Faulkner up into position number 4. Another Mish's XL garage machine. So they are moving through quickly. Now in positions number 3 and 4. So Dominic demoted down to 5th at this point in time. He seems to be staying static behind these top 3. He's not gaining, but he's not losing either. It's just that these other cars are coming through like a train at the moment, as Johnston has a little bit of a look, just shows the nose and tries to put Joel Johnson under pressure, but he's wise to that one. The Autobahn driver is used to seeing a nose being shown in Hyundai XLs, and very, very wise to that one. No need to defend a move on that particular occasion. With just 10 minutes to go, we're just over the halfway stage of this race, and it's been a thrilling encounter so far. The question is, now we have Faulkner up in position number 4. Does he have the pace to go or even catch up to these top 3? The more they fight, the more opportunity he will have as this race continues to go on by. But at this point, we haven't really seen a huge challenge for the leaders yet. We've seen a couple of half looks, but no real dive up the inside. The biggest challenge so far has been Fletcher Lewis on the tail of Johnston.
So just coming back inside the main stadium complex there. And there's our top 3. Interesting to note that we've got Dylan Cooper here. It's not too far away. He's back in 6th position. He's a Tasmanian driver, top Tasmanian driver too here this weekend. His first look at the circuit. And he's doing a terrific job. Which is funny because they actually got a round of their state championship down at Symonds Plains this weekend. So he's skipped that one and managed to come to South Australia. So good to have Dylan on board here. There's a moment there for Fletcher Lewis. If you don't mind, hang it out to dry.
If in doubt, power out, and that's exactly what he did just there. What a save. I mean, he's absolutely murdered his momentum onto the pit straight. He's lost 2 positions, but he'll be just happy he's still facing in the right direction, quite frankly. He should be in the grass, facing backwards, or potentially in the wall, but that was brilliant to keep that under control. And yeah, another moment for Faulkner there, down in towards turn number 1, just chirping the rears under brakes into turn number 1. It's not too rare to see that occur, but that was another good save. But Lewis will be disappointed, but at the same time, I think he'll be thankful that he was able to keep that facing in the right direction. To be honest, in position number 2, Johnston himself was a little bit wide, and I think the Fletcher Lewis just went in a little bit deeper and tried to keep the momentum up to keep with the man in front of him, and he ended up making a bigger mistake, running even wider, getting in the dirty stuff, losing the rear end, and boy, oh boy, was that a save and a half. But out in front, Joel Johnson, unaware of what's been going on behind him, continues to lead the way, margin of 0.4 of a second at the end of the last lap. The sector splits updates, splits update at the end of every lap. We don't have sector splits for South Australian motor racing. The state series, that's more national racing, where you get 3 sector splits, so have to wait an entire lap to see. Of the race is set last lap by Faulkner, who is caught up to these top 2 now, so it's a 3-way fight once again, but now it's Faulkner in the fight for the top positions. As I can see, I just caught at the back end of that camera shot, and there it is. Fletcher Lewis back up ahead of Brodie Dominic, and he'll be wanting to get his head back down and try and catch up with the trio at the head of the field after that Larry mistake out of the final corner. He won't want to do that one again as he flings it into the final corner. A bit of a hand gesture, thumbs up, I think. Dominic didn't make life too difficult for him, which is good to see, and they both fortunately swing it through there without any issues. Look at them snaking down pit straight. Johnson trying to break the toe, trying to stop Johnston from getting any slipstream, but I don't think he can do much about it. Both of them very, very close, and they're going to crown him towards the inside of the road. They're nearly 3 wide, but for the first time there's a change in lead. Oh, rear brake lock up as well for the Mish's XL Garage machine of Faulkner, but that helped him rotate around the corner as Johnston went in a little bit deep. It opens the door up, and we've had 3 different leaders in 3 corners, and here comes Fletcher Lewis now as well. So Johnson has gone from first to third, and he might lose out and fall to position number 4 as they go side by side through turn number 5 and down towards the hairpin. It's all changed with 5 minutes left on the clock, and now a mistake from the race leader. So all that hard work for Faulkner to make his way to the front is just gone. He's thrown it away, he's run wide, and he's back down to position number 2. So Asher Johnston, on his return to the series, finds himself back at the front of the field. We've now got a 5-car train at the front of the field.
Yes, so Johnson's a hard charger there. Is certainly going to be Lewis, because picked up another position as well while that was all happening. Oh, look at it, a bit twitchy there from Asher there, just in that corner. The Queenslander just behind me, Jackson Faulkner. The line car from the XL Garage crew here this weekend. We know he's got a bit of talent. He's been here before. And on the inside there of Lewis, trying to retain that position. Lewis is definitely the hard charger and has got better track position down here at the next corner coming up. So he'll get himself up into second position. And Brody Dominic just behind him with the green machine, the Rubilla Racing Engine, has been very patient there. It's on the tail of that 4. As we mentioned, the return of Asher Johnson to the series, and he now leads this motor race here from Fletcher Lewis. But this could change. Certainly got plenty of pace at the moment, Lewis. So the 2 Mish's XL Garage cars behind our race leader. And got a little bit unsettled there, Asher.
Oh, and up the inside, Johnson having a big look there on Lewis, forces Lewis out wide, but that might compromise both of their runs onto the pit straight. So look out potentially for Brody Dominic here, as once again, nose to tail, all different colours. You certainly know which one your favourite driver is as they come down towards turn at number 1. They fan out. Johnston goes defensive, but he ran in deep doing that last lap. Is he going to make the same mistake twice? Maybe slightly wide, but not as bad as the circuit 1 lap ago. As they go through turn number 3. They've calmed down a little bit after what was an insanely frantic previous lap. They've just calmed down a little bit with 3 minutes to go. They're just going to settle themselves in for a potential moment, or maybe not, because Lewis has got a lovely run out of turn 3 through 4 and 5, and he's going to go and try and send it all the way around the outside. Johnston wise to that one, but a lovely cutback manoeuvre, swinging it back to the left, but now he's on the wrong side through all of these consecutive right-handers, and he's going to really struggle to slot back in the train. He might lose out here if he can't slot back in behind. He may lose position number 2. He's just about at turn number 9 being able to slot back in line before the left-hander of turn number 10.
So I'm just having a look at the Autobar car there. There's something hanging underneath the front of that car. You can see it distinctly hanging on the bottom. It is. Looks like it's a bit hard to tell. It's an engine mount or something there that's hanging underneath the bottom of that car. It's not affecting his performance in any way, but it's, of course, the Joel Johnson car. He's on the attack anyway because he's got Jackson Faulkner well and truly in his sights, trying to pick up that next position. Asher just... Oh, he's still got plenty of pressure at the moment still from Fletcher Lewis. Saw a lot of the improvement of Fletcher Lewis certainly last season. And we know he's got plenty of talent, so he's going to go maybe one step ahead a little bit further this series. Plenty of practice under the belt, but there's a wise driver in front of the nose out to win a South Australian Championship. Here they come down with under 2 minutes left in this motor race. Of course, these are timed events. A couple more laps to pull in at the moment. Now they're down the big, long main straight. You can see it underneath that Johnson car. Certainly something very distinctively hanging underneath the front of that car.
Certainly not costing him any time, though, is it? He is certainly back in this train, having a good old crack down towards turn number 1. Once again, Johnston goes fully defensive all the way to the inside. The other two go to the outside, taking the traditional racing line, which gives them a great exit out of the corner. So it's the two Mish's XL Garage machines that are hounding the tail of Asher Johnston. Oh, he ran a little bit wide there, I think, out of turn number 3. A bit hard to tell from that camera angle, but a nice exit from the other two. This flat through 4 and 5 means it's effectively one long straight. But again, Johnston defending at every single opportunity at the moment. So any time they are close and there's an overtaking opportunity, he's closing it off, he's covering it off, and allowing no opportunity for those behind to pass. But down towards the flat-out right-handers, there's a bit of Morse code going on. Quite a bit of Morse code, in fact. Fletcher Lewis, tap, 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 I'm here. Rat-a-tat-tat on the door, trying to move on through for the race lead.
Certainly is doing that, but Asher's certainly responding there at the moment in the Inverell forward entry. He's probably Lewis and the other pair behind them. Still got Jackson Faulkner, the Queenslander there. So no changes there at the moment as far as the top 5 is concerned, but the lead is certainly starting to heat up as we get to this later part of this race. So where is the passing opportunity? That's the next question. And is Lewis close enough? Oh, nice defensive driving there from Asher Johnson. He knew exactly where Lewis was thinking about putting the pass down. And shuts the door well and truly in his face. Let's head down towards turn 17, the penultimate corner here on this circuit. This corner tightens right up here. There's not a lot of passing opportunity here. And once again, Johnson keeps that line nice and tight. So no opportunity there for Fletcher Lewis as they come down to turn 18 and head down the big long main straight here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Front out, so let's have a look. This is where the passing opportunity will come into fray.
This is the final lap. We've done our elapsed time. We are into negative time, so I would think this would be the final lap of the race. And this time, Lewis goes to the inside, 2 wheels on the grass. That's mad. That's bonkers. And it does ruin his momentum.
Brake block there from Asher too. He was on the brake pedal a little bit later on there. You can see a little bit of brake smoke coming out the front wheel of that car. But look at Faulkner. He's not done with either. Now he's wide up behind. The grass coming. Fletcher Lewis there. Interesting move. Don't want to get into that grass.
I think he's trying to catch Johnston napping. He thought, I've gone to the outside every time. There's a bit of room here. I'll go to the inside. But there was only half an XL car length to the inside. He's forcing Johnston to go defensive again. And Johnston's in a bit deep, all locked up, and couldn't get the car stopped properly. He was just trying to keep it facing forwards. And that allowed the race leader now, Fletcher Lewis, to go all the way around the outside. That was a great pass. He forced Johnston to go defensive when he didn't want to. Johnston could not settle the car down, and he swung it all the way around the outside, and look at the margin he's got. He's pulled quite a margin here with half a lap to go. The behind cars are chasing, and Johnston's car's all over the shop on this final lap. That looks a real handful. He's going to come under huge pressure now from Faulkner and Johnson directly behind. He's going to struggle to hold on to second.
Oh, he's under pressure now, Jason. Faulkner, in fact, Faulkner was pretty lucky down there at turn 6 that he didn't nail Johnson while he was on the brake lock. And he did get him in the back quarter panel. I think there was a bit of touch, but now it is close again. This is the final. This is the run for the checkered flag. What a drive. So it is Faulkner to lead him through the Queenslander here. He's picked up plenty of positions to get himself up the front. Probably done it in a little bit of an unorthodox way, but he's got up there. And now we go down towards the last bit of the track at the moment. So it's Fletcher Lewis in front of, my apologies there. So Lewis out in front in the 56 car.
What a performance.
So there's been lots of things happening here. They head towards the checkered flag. So Lewis will take out the race win there from Asher Johnson. And look at them all behind him, lined up in positions. Now, who come across the line next? We've got Faulkner, Joel Johnson, Brodie Dominic in that order. And we've got along the not much between them.
Faulkner was in position number 3, Johnson in 4th, Brodie Dominic in 5th. I can see that Dylan Cooper, our Tassie visitor, has fallen down the order a little bit in the group behind. He was in position number 6, best of the rest, but he lost out to Freed and Tatani on the final lap there. So a costly final lap of the race there, but look at them all. They're like buzzing bees down towards turn number 1 at the end of that race. But what a race that was. Fletcher Lewis, he certainly had to do that the hard way. He came from quite a few positions back after a mistake, and boy oh boy did he do that emphatically. What a way to kickstart his season in the Hyundai XL Trophy Series. Brilliant performance. You can see him banging on the steering wheel. He's absolutely delighted with that, and rightfully so as well. He took it to the best that this state has to offer, and he well and truly delivered. He took that victory by over a second in the end. He took the lead and bolted. Look at how happy he is.
Yeah, it's a hard-fought victory there, that's for sure. There's a few winners in that field too. Elliot Redwood up at 9th position, terrific drive. That's a car that's pretty familiar to the series because that's the X-Jack Zerk car. So well done. Remember that Elliot had a bit of a moment towards the end of the series last year, to say the least, to get himself upside down. But that's a brand new, well, not a brand new car for the series, but certainly a new car for that competitor. Magnus Paul inside the top 10 as well. Did someone say KFC?
I don't care.
Got himself up inside the top 10. Let's have a look at some highlights here. That was all happening, wasn't it? Lots of chops. Oh, there's one of the earlier moments there where we saw Ashley Johnson out in the grass. Very competitive, very tight race is what you come to expect in this category.
So early on,
another moment too. That's another one that Lewis got up on the inside. I think got a little bit tight there at turn 6.
I think this was the moment. It was this huge moment from Fletcher Lewis that cost him position 3. Fell back to 5th position, but then the intensity lifted. Johnston ran wide. Through came, for a brief moment in time, Faulkner into the race lead down at turn number 3. We had 3 leaders in 3 corners at that point in time, but Fletcher Lewis, he then slowly got them one by one. He got through Johnson, he got through his teammate Faulkner, and then a mistake from Joel Johnson down at the hairpin a lap later would cost him dearly. This was the attempt up the inside into turn 1. That didn't work, but he went super late under brakes at the hairpin. Johnston could not get it stopped. There was a bit of contact between Faulkner and Johnston, but Lewis went all the way around the outside of both of them to take the lead on the final lap and held on to take the race victory. His first first of the season, and what an eventful race that was. That could go down as the race of the season in the XL Trophies, and it's race number 1 of the season. It's a tough benchmark for the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's a good way to open up the account, isn't it? And certainly lots happening as we saw in that highlight package there during that race. So we'll come to expect a lot more for that throughout the series as we look across this outstanding racetrack here just outside of the town of Tailem Bend here in SA at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And the bridges that have been put in, that's a recent inclusion over the last couple of years, the footbridges here. And our main complex here.
Welcome back.
There we go. So we've got that XL race out the way. And we'll be coming back in a moment with some Formula V action. Another traditional race category in state categories. Not only here in SA, of course, nationwide. And
similar racing to what we saw in XL's low-powered machines. Of course, these rear-wheel drive rather than front, but you'll see similar racing action in the Vs. It's all about slipstreaming, trying to get a draft, trying to get a tow, and turn number 1, turn number 6, those overtaking opportunities that we've already seen in that last race will be the real hotspots once again around this 4.95 kilometre layout here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. But that really was a cracking race, and I was really pleased. We spoke about it, didn't we, pre-race? Can anybody go with Johnson and Johnston? Well, the answer was yes, and not only one of them, but 3 of them as well. I think the others also had the pace to potentially take that race victory, but Fletcher Lewis to fall back to 5th midway through that race and just gather himself up and slowly make those positions one by one was a very, very professional drive from the youngster.
Formula V on track here at the moment, and a nice little field of 1600s and 1200s making their way out onto the track. And we've got a few new names too in this South Australian Championship too for this year. And those cars just making their way out. This is how they're going to line up at the moment. And on pole position will be Adam Henderson in the Sabre, new to the Sydney Championships either. And he comes out there in the early model Stinger chassis race car. So I thought he might have actually been a bit closer to the front there. He's not too far away. Here's a story. Car 86, Flynn Forgan on board, and debut. Second generation race, of course, the son of 6-time state champion Ben Forgan. And I'm sure the old man will be up there pretty keen at the moment to see how 15-year-old Flynn goes. Hasn't even got his own driver's licence yet, so it's his first time in that race car in the Sabre. Did a good job to finish, get into 4th position first up. Okay, so we're just going to go down to Luke at the moment, and then he's got Fletcher Lewis on board. I'm going to have a quick word or two with him.
Fletcher, race 1, win 1 for 2026. Tell me, how was the battle?
Oh, it was unreal. I thought I rode it off when I nearly binned it at the last corner, but luckily we had the car speed to gain it back and far out. It was hard going up against Asher. Like, he was just, you can tell that he's won, you know, a number of championships because the defence that he was doing was unreal. I was pretty surprised that I could do it around the outside. That was probably my best move ever. So yeah, absolutely stoked for Mish and the team to finally win after 3 years of trying. It's awesome, and yeah, can't thank everybody that does it enough, Mum and Dad, and yeah, especially Mish for putting it all together. So yeah.
Mate, fantastic race, and wish you best of luck with the rest of the day.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Great performance, and what a way to start season 2026. First win, and I'm sure that is the first of many for him. A real star in XLs, that is for certain. As we turn our attention to the Vs as they come around the final corner to take up their positions on the grid. So pretty much split between 1600s and 1200cc class cars. And so the front 8 positions are 1600s, and then the final few positions are the 1200s. So they'll be there'll be a pretty big split over the course of this race. But here we are then, a new contender once again at the pointy end of the field. These first few laps will be all about sussing each other out, not racing each other previously.
So Lockie Newell up behind him. We've got a bit further in the grid. Troy Ferencz has got himself up into 5th position. Reece Rowland back to 6th position. And another new competitor, car 70, to keep an eye on it. That's Jason Katajar, also an interstate competitor that's recently moved to Adelaide. And he's in the Polar chassis race car. And he's last of the 1600s. Then we've got the 1200s. We've got Hugh East. Alongside of him, Tim Thompson, Frank Chessel in the Elephant. And then we go back to 11 and 12 on the grid. The back place to midway that and Farmer Julie down the back of the field. And they are away here. So Formula V racing here at the bend, and they all head down towards turn 1. Not highly powered race cars. There's a lot of driving skill involved here. And no problems for the new guy in the South Australian Championship there Adam Henderson, I should say. And he gets up and look, there's a wise head around the outside. Matthew Blylek in the Stinger around the outside. Looks like he's got himself up into the 1st position. Just go out a camera shot there at the moment. Now 1200's a little bit further back. And that looks like it's the case. So what these cars make of that looks like the Stinger chassis heading towards us. For a decisive body shape on that car, so that's Matthew Blylek in front. We saw this car in front quite a few times throughout last season. Yeah, so no Nathan Clifton in this field either, or any Dan Westcott. There's another name missing from last year. Another state champion not making any appearance here for the first round. And Flynn Forgan's got himself up into third position, so he's picked up a position there, the young 15-year-old. He'll certainly be well tutored. We know what Father Ben is capable of. So Blylek to lead them through here in these Volkswagen race cars. Longest steam, many decades, in fact 60 years of racing in this category in this country. And it's always been a bit of a feeder category, isn't it? We've always saw people that sort of jump from go-karts making their way through this category. Probably not so much these days, but certainly a lot of the ex-go-karters tend to end up to XLs first. But certainly a lot of people have passed through the hands of Formula V racing here in Australia. Blylek, look at the lead, he's got all the ready in the Stinger chassis. So it's one of the older chassis cars in the field. Unlike Forgan there in the Sabre, one of the newer model cars in that group, in front of Adam Henderson, the second of the Sabres there. So two Sabres second and third position, but Blylek, in fact there's one between them there, and that's actually the car there, Lockie Newell.
Formula V has been around for so many decades in Australian motor racing. It really is one of the stalwart classes all around the nation. And speaking of Formula V around the nation, no less than 4 states have Formula V racing this weekend. There's racing in WA, SA, Victoria and Tasmania. So I'm surprised at the size of the grid that we've got this weekend, considering we normally do have a few interstaters join us here in South Australia. So that's a really good sign of things to come this year, as the number 86 there, Forgan, moves up to second. Ran a little bit wide through turn number 1, which very briefly opened the door once again for Newell to come back through, but no avail there. Here comes Henderson, the pole sitter, dropping back to position number 4 at the start of this one. But look at the speed difference down towards the hairpin between the driver in first and second, as up the inside goes Forgan. So in half a lap he's gone from third to the race lead. Very nicely done. 1.7 seconds behind at the end of the last lap, and within 6 corners he is leading the motor race. That, it was very nicely done. 2 clinical passes, one at turn 1 and then the other one down at turn number 6, but in the middle sector he has not been able to pull away. The former race leader, Matthew Blylek, is sticking right with him. And the number 36 coming into play, Newell, as well. So it's really tightened up here. Strengths and weaknesses in Formula V competition playing out in front of our very eyes as they head into the blind right-hander, and through comes Newell back up into position number 2. It's ebbing and flowing and changing with every single corner as we go safety car just as a move is made, and the hand raise there by Newell. He's not too happy about that. I don't think, oh, this is getting all a little bit awkward as the driver has just made his way to the front, which is Blylek, is unaware that he has just overtaken 2 people under safety car conditions, so they will have to sort that out, I would think, as the Hyundai safety car on the track for the first time this season, which is a shame. We like the Hyundai safety car, very nice car, but we don't want to see it on the racetrack. We want to see green flag action. Not quite sure at this stage what the safety car is for, but that was an action-packed start to the race, chopping and changing left, right and centre. Plenty of talking points there, Mark.
You're not too sure what the incident is here for the safety car. Looks like most of them, the only car that didn't go across the line there was Julian Midwinter. I don't think he actually started the race.
Correct.
So whether there's a debris issue, I'm not too sure, but an interesting moment. They just caught those lead drivers at a very awkward moment there when they drew those yellow flags out. Of course, they were all racing for sheep stations at the front. And as you mentioned there, Matthew Blylek went back to the race lead, so he will be told. Something that's Forgan, great drive from Flynn Forgan. There it is Midwinter. So Julian Midwinter down there in the grass. So he did start the race. He was at the back of the pack there. So in the 1200 class. So he's a fair way off the track there too. So he's had a moment.
That was right where the safety car was called. That's just on the inside of the circuit. I think that's turn number 14. and 15 just around the stadium section of the track, as we commonly refer to it. You say one of the 1200cc competitors. He is indeed leading that class, is the relative Baxter Midwinter out in front, ahead of Frank Chessel, East and Thompson, the four remaining in the 1200cc class. As we say, Bielek does lead the way outright in the 1600cc class, but there's a little bit of an asterisk there because I think those places are made under safety car conditions.
So just Julian Midwinter just getting the strap attached there and pulling him out of harm's way, as you did mention there. The 1200 class as well. So we'll have a short break while this is all taking place, and we'll be back with racing in just a moment.
As you can see, safety car is still out, about to come in, so you're back. Perfect timing ahead of this restart. When is our race leader going to go? Formula V, with such a powerful slipstream, you don't want to go too early. It's just going to give an advantage to all of those behind. As you can see them fan out, I think a couple might have gone a bit early there on the restart, so there might be a few penalties as they head down towards turn number one. They're side by side for the race lead. It looks to me like Forgan has got through on Bielek, but Bielek back up the inside in towards turn number one.
So because they come back into our view there from the camera shot, certainly Forgan in front. A little bit of heat haze there. You can see there's quite warm conditions out there. So it is actually Bielek back in front of Forgan. This is starting to develop into some sort of battle, and then of course Adam Henderson, who's new to the series, just behind them, and this is the battle for the lead. This is turn 6, big passing opportunity down here. Not quite as sharp this time, Forgan up on the inside. Oh, Bielek went massively wide.
Oh, he's run off the road.
He gave Henderson a huge look, and in fact he's out in the grass there, so he's taking a walk on the wild side out there on the grass. Look at Lockie Newell trying to sneak through. Trying to pick up a position right on the inside, puts him on the outside. Looks like Troy Forensko in that group as well.
Oh, this is tight. You don't want to go too wide through there. They've just about gotten away with it. Good stuff from those guys. Great, clean racing. But I thought Bielek was going to get away with that. He ran wide, but he was going to get a great exit out to the corner. But in the dirty stuff, just on the exit of the corner, lost the rear end, which dropped him off the road onto the grass. And from there, that was when he was a passenger. Lucky, really, to hold on to position number 3 in the end, considering he was attacked so vigorously around the outside. But I think those two were too busy fighting for position number 4 and not racing each other. But just as I'm talking and praising Bielek for holding on to that position, he has just slotted in behind Newell, who comes on through at turn number 14. This is ebbing and flowing, chopping and changing at every single corner. This is absolutely scintillating stuff in Formula V's. I've not seen South Australian Formula V racing like this in quite some time. This is good old-fashioned V racing.
Yeah, because you would come to expect. Henderson now right up behind Flynn Forgan there. Now a big passing opportunity, so full throttle all the way down here to turn 1. So Forgan just learning the straps, is just trying to work out where Henderson is going to place his race car off the inside, looking for the race lead there. And I think Henderson's done it, so he gets up on the inside, but he's still fighting there, Forgan. So the 86 car, the CRA building entry. So around the inside, so still Henderson. Oh, Blyleck snuck through and got underneath Forgan there under brakes. Oh, this is really close up the front here at the moment. There could be 3 abreast here. They head down, not quite, down towards the sweeper down there at turn 5, and then all of a sudden turn 6 is upon you. So this is the passing opportunity again, and Forgan very late on the brake pedal there. Gets up on the inside and doesn't get back to the lead. Blyleck out in the grass again. So he's had a couple of moments down through this race.
He replicated his mistake from the previous lap. He shot in super deep, a bit too deep as it turned out, ran wide, and again losing a position as a result of that, back behind Newell once again, who's really strung those never-ending sequence of right-handers together really well, and is now attacking the tail of Forgan. Nice exit out of Crofty Corner towards turn number 13. Where is he going to line him up, though? It just looks to me like that car just does not have the straight line poke of some of his rivals. But a mistake there from Forgan, just running a bit wide. Brings back in those 2 behind. Here comes Blyleck up the inside. He's not having any of that. Newell closing the door, slams the door shut and gets a nice run through the fishbowl out of the corner. But again, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with it. He just doesn't have the poke in a straight line. So look for Blyleck to dive up the inside. Although himself, Blyleck, not close enough on this occasion. Oh, huge twitch of oversteer on the exit of the corner, which has absolutely slaughtered the momentum of Forgan through the final sequence of corners. And Forgan is potentially going to be a sitting duck now in his Sabre 02. The CRA building sponsored driver is going to be vulnerable to those behind. But let's not forget again, the Scorpion Mark II of Newell is not particularly fast in the straight line. So it's going to be Blyleck that's going to benefit from those little niggles, or not niggles, but little factors of those 2 machines.
Just a little forward there. The car gets a little bit settled under the brake pedal there. A little bit twitchy there. So he's learning at the moment, but he's doing a terrific job holding off our race leader. He's just sticking to his guns at the moment. So things not quite as close this time as they were on the previous lap. So Henderson's still to lead them through. So it's the 2 Sabres first and second position. Gee, Forgan is very good under brakes. Keeps that racing line nice and tight down there at turn 6 again, and now sneaks up on the inside. And doesn't quite give him the correct track position up the crest there at turn 7. So Henderson will just stick to his guns there on the inside of that drive line. In fact, he gets away down there on the right-hander. Does our race leader now, Flynn Forgan. In his very first race meeting. In fact, he'd never even driven a manual race car before, or any race, or any car for that matter, before this meeting. So still learning how to get through the gearbox. Look at Blyleck, what a curve. He gets that stinger bouncing around nice and all over the place there, trying to get underneath Henderson there to pick up another position, and he's done that. So some very aggressive driving there from Matthew Blyleck to get up into that position, which is now position 3.
It needed to be aggressive if he wants any chance of the victory here this afternoon, or this morning. Still not quite 12 o'clock here in South Australia as they go through the fishbowl. The top 3 nose to tail. I'm not sure where the others have gone. They've disappeared a little bit further back. So I'm not sure where they have disappeared to, and whether they've got a problem, whether they've gone off the track. Either way, they are nowhere near this fight for position number 1 as they come around the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Is this the final lap, or is there one more to go? The answer is one more.
One more. So it is Forgan on debut. Here they come. There's the top 3, and they spread 3 ajar. Henderson on the inside. Blyleck on the middle. Forgan around the outside. Who's going to give here? And Henderson goes back to the front. In front of Blyleck. This is going to be an interesting last lap. We know that we see Blyleck, they're driving very aggressively inside this later part of the race. Tries to get himself positioned. You will look for the inside position down there at turn 6. And that's where they're heading at the moment, down through the sweeper. Maybe the outside move. See if we get the other camera angle here in a moment.
Blyleck set the fastest lap of the race last time through, and he's going to go around the outside of Henderson. At turn number 6, we've seen him go around the outside there quite often. Oh, something fell off one of the cars there. I think that might have been an exhaust, maybe.
I think it's come off the Henderson car.
I do as well. I think you're right. But up the inside, he went all the way around the outside of turn number 6. He has made the move. Blyleck leads the way. And a bit like in the XL race just before Fletcher Lewis, he hasn't had things all his own way. He's really had to fight for this one. Come from the tail of the group back towards the front. But he is now at the head of this field. But it's not done and dusted yet. Henderson is certainly within touching distance. If there's any mistake made by the blue machine at the front of this field, he will be there to pick up the pieces. So the Stinger leading out in front with just a handful of corners to go. And they've dropped now, haven't they? They've dropped Forgan, who led a large bulk of this race on debut in the series. But when the intensity's lifted and the crunch time has come late on in this race, he just hasn't quite been able to match the 2 ahead of him. And it is going to be Blyleck. He's looking in his mirrors left and right. No need to defend around the final corner. He's got it sewn up. Around he goes. Checkered flag at the ready. He weaves to the line. Race number 1 of the Formula V Series here in South Australia goes the way of Matthew Blyleck. He sets another fastest lap of the race. That is 2 in a row to finish the race. Henderson in second, and an angry Forgan in position number 3, punching the steering wheel. We saw Fletcher Lewis doing that in delight a few minutes ago. Forgan's doing it in anger and disappointment. He led so much of that race, including starting the final lap of the race, but experience rose to the fore there for Blyleck, who took the race victory away from his grasp, and Forgan settles for position number 3 in the end. Now, this is the Formula V 1200cc class. Who's going to win it? It's a drag race to the line. In the end, the margin is just 0.05 of a second. It goes the way of Baxter Midwinter ahead of East. That was certainly close late on in the piece. Great racing between those 2 veterans of the series.
Hardly veterans, but Hugh East is only his 2nd race season. The next to the 1200 is Tim Thompson. Troy Forensko dropped back in the 1600, and Frank Chessel just rounding out the field there, and obviously the non-finisher there, Julian Midwinter, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. There's the recovery from mid-race there. Lots of highlights here, lots happening. We've already seen plenty of in previous races. Look at the chops and changes here. This is the battle for the lead, so this is where Forgan gets to the early part of the race lead in the early part. And then it's not door to door, but alongside of each other. And there's the moment, the first moment there for Matthew Blyleck out in the grass there. Way wide. Lockie Ewell on the inside trying to sneak through. And there's a bit of a moment there for Forgan as well under brakes. Saw a bit of that throughout the race. Brake lock up and race goes back to the race lead. Henderson again. And he wouldn't be the eventual winner, so former state champion there, Matthew Blyleck, takes yet another race victory in the Formula V Series here in SA in the Stinger chassis. So another good race win there again for their first race of the weekend there for Formula V. And he'll bring that one all the way back home.
So in the end, the results of that one, Matthew Bielek taking the win by 1.1 seconds ahead of Henderson. Position number 3 for Forgan, just 2.5 seconds away in the end. Then a big gap back behind that. Roland finished in position number 4 ahead of Lockie Newell. So not sure what happened to Newell late on in that race, but certainly dropped back around about 20 seconds on the final lap of that race. So clearly some sort of mechanical drama for that machine, but nevertheless he'll take some positives out of the fact that he was able to fight at the front for as long as he did.
Cars back into pit lane to complete that race.
And what a race it was.
Yeah,
that was another...
The earlier races on this program have been outstanding.
That was another barnstormer of a race as officials holding up the boards. Of course, a big thank you to all of our volunteer marshals and officials for what they do here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They come back season after season, a lot of these guys. We do have a few new fresh faces, but great to see the same names coming back here.
There was a little bit of a late call to try and get a few extra officials here for this meeting. So good to see them all on board and having a good time. Great vantage points for official at this place. Lots of good spots to watch a bit of motorsport and be a proud volunteer. I think that's probably the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be back in a few moments. We'll just take a quick commercial break.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Call 13 46 46 for a quote. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Welcome back. Improved production heading out onto the circuit for their first race of the weekend. We're privileged to have 4 improved production races here this weekend. How good is that Leighton House livery? That is fantastic to see. A few new cars to the field after a lengthy off-season. A good field of cars and a notable name back and on pole position, Jared Tonks.
Jared Tonks, our Victorian competitor here, didn't stay back in Victoria for the Calder Park revival this weekend, so he's decided to come over here and put the 6-litre Commodore well and truly on pole at the moment. So that's how they line up. Let's have another look at another former SA champion. Scott Cook will sit alongside of him. These Sylvias are very strong at this track. We've seen them in good form here previously, and no doubt that's what we'll see again here at the moment. It's been a little bit mixed up from last season. We go back to car number 51, Andrew Cogan in the V8 powered BMW. Will be up there in third position. And another one that's come back to the series is James Bedford. He's had a bit of time away in the Nissan S13. Another one of the Sylvias in the group, and he finished up in 4th position. So good to see James back inside of a race car again this weekend. Then we go back to our current improved production championship here in SA in Jason Palmer in the BMW E30. Then we go back to the 94 car of Mark Garnett, a new competitor to the series in the Nissan Silvia. There's a few Silvias involved here. Now, as I mentioned, good around this track and not too far away from car 23, Cam Hallett in the BMW M3. Good to see Cam back in the field. Another BMW of a different nature there, Steve Campbell in the field there in the BMW E36. Get a real mixture in improved production racing if you're not too familiar with it. Go back to Braden Cogan and the second of the Cogan entries there in the V8 powered BMWs. Go back to the first of our car number 2, the first of our Mitsubishi Magners, a long-time South Australian improved production store with our Ian Statham in the Missy Bits entry. Go back to Anthony Norris in the Datsun 1200. with the SR20 power plant. Then we go back to Sam Bird in the Subaru WRX, I think that is.
It is indeed.
Then we go back to the Triple R car, the ZS entry of Ramsey Rambar in another one of the BMW E36s on debut here this weekend. Back to Dom Coppola. Geez, a massive field. Go back to Dom Coppola back there in another one of the Sylvias. Back to Mark Kempster in the Mitsubishi Magna, second of the Mitsubishi entries. Then we go back to another store with their Jim Myhall, another one of the Magnas. Car 46 is a TSM Motorsport entry there. Another one of the BMW M3s there on debut here this weekend is Harry Gordguru. We'll get that in a moment. Then we go back to Matt Kelly, also back in the series, another one of the BMWs. Carl Ward, we just had a look at the Leighton House, but that's in there. There's a brand new car too for Carl, also coming back into the series. And then we go back another on the under 2 litre competitor, Richie Holland in the Subaru BRZ, and Brett Waters back in the earlier model Peugeot 206 here in the front stop racing.
We're underway. Lights are out. Tom's getting a little bit bogged down, I think, compared to some bit of smoke, I think, coming out the tail of that machine down towards turn number 1. No problem, though. He will lead, and by a comfortable margin down into the first corner. It looks like the Sylvias are in positions 2 and 3, so that means that Kogan has just dropped back a position there as the Mitsubishi Magna's attacking Palmer there up the inside, the multiple-time champion in Palmer. There he is just outside. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming from the back of the Tonks machine. My eyes did not deceive me away from the line. That car is definitely smoking. So we'll see how that plays out over the course of this race. But the Sylvias in this middle section of the track really do come into their own through these fast sequence of lefts and rights. Of course, we've got the right-handers to start the lap, but then it really does chop and change. So he is being hounded at the moment by the Sylvia on the screen. And here we go. This is the first real look that he has had, the change of direction. This is where the Holden is not really in its own. These cars behind those certainly are. Palmer up to position number 4. So Kogan, the big loser there in the opening exchange of corners, back to position number 5 from 3rd on the grid.
Scott Cook on the attack here. He loves it here. He's got a very good record at this racetrack. Didn't see too much of him last year, but he's certainly back in full force here at round 1, and he's looking for a race lead. And he'll get it easily. I think that rod and gun Commodore there might be have a slight issue. We did see that smoke come out.
It's still coming out.
Yeah,
Look at it.
It's still there, just under the braking as well. So Scott Cook, he knows his way around this place. The in-post Baltique entry. Got Newline also on board again.
This is where we'll get a good indication in the Holden of just whether that's affecting any performance, because it should catch up to the Sylvia quite a bit in a straight line, and I think that smoke, if anything, is getting even worse. Oh, that makes a fantastic noise as it roars past the commentary box window. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be affecting any performance. Look, he's forcing Cook to go defensive down in towards turn number 1. There's the BMWs, a side-by-side for 4th. Kogan up the inside of the 2-time defending champion in Jason Palmer in his immaculate BMW E30. Palmer does hold on that particular occasion, but that smoke is getting worse and worse and worse with every single corner. And let's not forget, we've still got 7 minutes remaining in this race. They are a bit short of these improved production races than the other races, just because they've got more of them. They've just got a bit less track time in each of them. So short, sharp, improved production races, but nevertheless, I would not want to be looking at the potential oil temperatures or anything like that. Hopefully it's just a little bit of spilt liquid that's burning in the engine bay.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that while Cook now just starts to get away. James Bedford's sticking to his guns too. This is the next one of the Sylvias. He's just behind Jared Tonks at the moment. There he is. That's the orange Sylvia, but he's got the hard-charging Jason Palmer behind him. 51 car there, the V8-powered BMW there of Andrew Kogan. Both Kogans on board here this weekend.
And Notice that Brett Waters has not taken the start of this race, so we spoke about him in his Peugeot. He's back in the 206 GTI this year in the Frog Stomp racing machine, but unfortunately, as is the case through a lot of last year, we didn't see too much of him late last year. Unfortunately, a lot of DNSs, and 2026 has started in the same vein, unfortunately. But out in front, it is Cook that leads the way from Tonks. We're looking at this machine. Oh, Palmer a bit wide. That's because he had Kogan up the inside of him, just behind this car, the pump machine in position number 3. Jeez, can't even see down pit straight with the smoke.
That's considerably worse there, Dan. Absolutely no doubt. We'll certainly see the smoke out of the Tonks car. Jason Palmer's not too far away from Andrew Kogan either, so there's two very different BMWs there. Considerably older than the other. Obviously the BMW 30 in the earlier of the models there. And a couple of cylinders as well. Defending champion here, Jason Palmer, also the president of the Improved Production in South Australia. The Prez, as he likes to be known. He's pretty keen to pick up another position. James Biff has got some pace in the Pump X entry. Haven't seen that car for some time. Good to see James has been doing a bit of driving standing officer work over the other seasons, so it's good. He's probably glad to get back inside of rather than be an official, get inside of a race car.
Not a role I particularly like. You don't make friends in that role, do you?
No. Probably got no friends left. James actually started racing in Circuit XL. That's now Bay the Wayside. And stepped up inside the Improved Production a couple of seasons back.
Kogan's catching, isn't he? Kogan is catching. He was a couple of tenths slower last lap than Benford, but what he did have was a car in front of him for most of that lap. He got through on Palmer late in the lap. This is his first lap of clear air, so this will give us a really good indication of exactly how much pace is underneath that BMW M3. He'll be kicking himself with that start. A lot of competitors around him got a much better start and have really reaped the rewards early in this race as a result, but he's reset and he's going to try and come at them now as we look at Jason Palmer, who last year he didn't take too many race victories, did he, over the course of the season? He took just 3 race wins out of the 16 races, but it was a real mark of consistency across the season that earned him that title, while others had mechanical dramas and maybe took a few more race victories.
Oh, 94 there.
That's
the Garnett car who's having his first race when he won at the Sylvias, and he's had a big lose, so he's got the thing refined, so no issues.
Certainly memorable first race for him as Kogan up the inside has taken position number 3. I just saw at the bottom of the shot. Here's a replay of what happened to Garnett. Look at the bottom of the screen. So Palmer is not the one that spins, it's the next one who arrives sideways in the middle of the camera shot.
Sure. The lid on the fuel entry has come open there, so gee, he's just got it all crossed up on the acceleration there, so I'm not too sure what's happened, but there's a learning curve, as they say.
I think he tried to take quite a compromised line and lost the rear end. He was not using all the track on the exit of the corner, so with more steering lock, I don't think the rear's enjoyed that, and the rear end has protested and gone around.
Probably think it was a drift car. Normally when we associate Silvers, that's usually the direction we head in.
Indeed, indeed. We're looking on the screen at Hallett and Campbell. This is the fight for position number 6. For those wondering, Garnett has rejoined the circuit, albeit you might be able to see, albeit down in position 16. So lost about 20 seconds as a result of that spin. Campbell, this BMW, the one just behind the 54, I'm familiar with this one. It's been in the Adelaide Rally on a number of occasions, so good to see it doing a bit of circuit racing as well. In fact, I don't think it did last year's Shannon's Adelaide Rally. It focused more on this championship last year, but it can do both and does a very good job of that. As I said, Kogan had taken position number 3 at turn 1. on this lap, but the Silvia through the stadium section coming into its own, and he's really attacking Kogan once again into the final couple of corners. But there's a big straight coming up in a minute, and he will be left for dead, unfortunately, I think, as into turn number 1 goes the race leader across the line with about 3 seconds elapsed. So this may well be the final lap of the race. Whether stewards see this as the last lap or the next one, we'll have to wait and see. But he really has pulled away significantly, hasn't he, in the Impulse Boutique Silvia S13. He didn't set his PB lap last lap, but it was still faster than all of those on the racetrack. So he might not have set his PB lap, but he's still lapping faster than anybody else. And that is why he's leading the way by 9.2 seconds. Kogan, despite the smoke, Tonks, despite the smoke, set his PB lap last time by a 2:06.4, but I don't think we've seen his best hand in this race. A machine I've not seen before, Rabba, in the BMW P plates on the back, so a new driver to this series. Ramsey Rabba, the South Australian, in his BMW E36, sponsored by Zeus Eatery.
Also the Port Cafe as well. You see that written down the side. One of my local cafes in the area I live in. There's Anthony Norris there, long-time competitor too, in the little giant killing Datsun. And he's got the other one of the Kogan cars in front of him. That's Braden in the tri-coloured car. He's back a little bit further. In fact, that's just inside the top 10. That's 9th and 10th position. Here's the Red Auto Wreckers entry. Long-time supporter of Improved Production Racing too. Anthony's been heavily involved with Improved Production Racing for quite a few seasons. Not only as a race driver, but also as a major sponsor for the series. So he's been heavily involved. And that car's had a few turbo issues, certainly did last season. Gearbox has also been replaced. It's been obviously owning a spare parts business. That's not too hard to find. But
checkered flag has gone out. Cook takes the race victory by 11 seconds in the end ahead of Tonks. There is the fight for third. Kogan beating home Benford. The margin between those two just 0.4 of a second. And the reigning champion kicks off his campaign with another solid top 5 finish, leading home a real BMW lineup. So, Kogan was the first of the BMWs, wasn't he? But a real mixture in there, including the Renault as well. Real variety in South Australian improved production. And we've seen over the years, haven't we, that some of the very best Australian improved production races come from here in South Australia. Look no further than Adam Poole, who's taken a lot of national titles over the years.
Got a good record here. Haven't seen Adam here for some time, but he loves this track. And so is this guy, Scott Cook. He's got a pretty clean record here as well. He's won a lot of races here. Didn't see too much of him last season, but he certainly is certainly got his season off to a good positive start.
When we did see him, it was round number 2. That was the only time we saw him, and he won 2 of the 3 races. The other race, he came in position number 2 behind Jason Palmer, and he certainly was well ahead of Jason Palmer here today, 27 seconds down the road. But of course, we are going to have another improved production race later on today. 4 races for them to kick off the 2026 season here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. What a precinct it is. We're using all of the parts of the park here today. We've got this circuit racing. We've got the go-karts being utilised across the course of the weekend. And the dragway facility is also being used. So all areas of this place being used here this weekend.
We're actually going into an officials lunch break in just a few moments. I'm just going to give a quick update too. We are doing safety car hot lap runs also during the officials lunch break. If you want it, there is a couple of spots available. We'll just come back to these highlights. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Well, it was all happening. Jared Tonks up the front of the order very early. A little bit of smoke at the back of that Commodore. And then that was all she wrote. Once Cook got himself in front, he just drew away. And everyone just got himself settled in nice ribbons throughout the field. And then there's the moment there for Garnett, who's on debut here this weekend. Bit of upsy-daisy there, and around she goes. Pick a few flowers on the way through.
Did recover to finish in 14th, so at the time crossed the line in 16th and did pick up a couple more positions late on in the race. So good recovery from him to finish where he did. As we can see the cars coming on into the lane. Got to slow down to the 40km/h speed limit, of course. Don't want to pick up any sort of speeding fine. Really good race, that one. Really enjoyed that one, but Cook really taking the victory in dominant fashion there, Mark.
Certainly did. And now we will head it back. I was just about to mention we've got some safety car hot laps too for anybody that's interested. So if you want to get down there and do a few laps in the safety car, get down to the front counter and we might be able to hook you up. And they were doing 3 sessions also during the lunch break. So anyone interested in doing safety car hot laps, get on board.
Absolutely. Now is a good time to do that. As the cars come into the lane, as Mike says, we're going to have a lunch break. Track activity will be back on the circuit in 50 minutes time. 50 minutes from now at 1:05. The coverage will recommence at 1 o'clock with Circuit XL Masters. We've got saloon cars, HQs, sports sedans, the minis, the prototype series, and another race of improved production after the lunch break. We look forward to seeing you then. Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. Lovely, almost summer's day here. We can see the kart drone being utilised in the background. We're just coming off the back of a short lunch break, and then we'll be getting on with the racing action. And we're going to kick things off in the afternoon with Circuit XL Masters for the elder statesmen, I suppose you could call them. We've got to be a little bit polite with how exactly we word that, but they're the drivers that have been around for quite a few years.
More senior, we won't call them older, we'll just slightly.
Yes, I think that's the way to put it. More senior, yes, more experienced in life. So these guys aren't...
More sensible.
Yes, correct.
Is that the word I'm looking for?
Yes, it is. Yeah, although they don't always show it, but sometimes. But yeah, these guys, unlike the youngsters, they're not looking to make a career out of racing. They're more doing it for fun on weekends. So we separate those young, hard chargers that fire up the inside at every corner and separate them from these experienced Masters competitors. If this Masters race is a tenth as good as what we saw in the Trophy Series, we're in for a cracking race.
Certainly saw plenty of good Masters races last season.
Yeah.
Certainly they turned the wick right up, to say the least. So we're certainly looking forward to getting our Masters back out there with some new names again in this field again. So some great racing, and we're looking forward to bringing those cars out in just a few moments for our Masters. Well, once upon a time, these were all one group, but because of the growth, obviously, of the category, they decided to split them into two different groups and probably make it a fairer playing field. I think that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, yeah. This Masters Series debuted back in 2023. It was won the inaugural season by Brian Smith. 2024 was won by Sean Panowich, and last year by Vaughan Colwell. So nobody's actually won two Masters crowns, but my golly gosh was it close. Colwell and Brian Smith separated by just 3 points at the end of last season. It was incredibly tight between the two of them, and Sean Panowich was right in and amongst them throughout much of the season. So we're expecting some really good racing in Masters. As you say, they race really well, maybe a little bit more conservatively than what we see in Trophy, although, to be fair...
I don't know about that.
I was going to say,
a big word, Dan.
To be fair, late last year we did see some real elbows out driving in the Masters, didn't we? And some notable incidents, but in the end, the series going the way of Vaughan Colwell. This is round one of the Summit Championship Series, the South Australian State Series, as it's been known in years gone by. Great to have Summit jump on board as a sponsor.
Bit of heat haze there. Now the heat haze is a little bit of go-kart action happening down there at the kart complex down there at the southern end of the circuit. That's actually looking towards turn 18. And you can see there, that is in full swing down there. There are plenty of karts hurling around that little circuit. I know Dan's had a bit of an experience on that little track.
Certainly have, both in a sprint.
I'm too old and not game enough to do it, to be honest.
Both in a hire kart and in a sprint kart in a competitive event as well. And I tell you, it's a track that suits both really, really well. You can certainly have some good fun in the hire karts here at the Bend, so make sure you head over to do that. As we see the Hyundai safety car just coming to a stop just before coming into the lane. So that to me means that we're about to send these Masters out for their outlap, and it is going to be the reigning champion Vaughan Colwell that will start from pole position on the grid, but a new name alongside of him.
Not necessarily a new name. It's, excuse me, Ian McMahon from Queensland. It's made their journey down. We're the home of XL Racing, because that's where it all started. They were the first state that started XL Racing. So Ian has come down to show his wares, and he's did a great job of qualifying in second position. And we go back to another Johnson in the field. This is in the Masters. This time it's Jordan Johnson. We have plenty of Johnsons on board there this weekend. And we've got our fellow Queenslander there, and Gavin Faulkner. Well, we've seen him here in the Masters category before, so he's no stranger to this group. Troy Dontis, also back in the series again. Did a full series last year. Our inaugural champion winner in the Masters Series, Brian Smith, is the next car number 99 in the high beam car wash at Gawler entry. remember when he won the actually won that first series. Actually, blew a motor on the very last lap of that championship.
There you go.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting finish.
I'll tell you what, there's some big names down the field to where we'd expect. So as you say, Brian Smith in 6th, Anderson's always towards the pointy end in 7th. Panowicz is just inside the top 10, another former series winner. So there's some big names towards the tail end of the top 10 that we'll have to look out for in this race, Mark.
Yeah, we're used to those two blue cars being up the front between Smith and Anderson. We saw a fair bit of that through the championship last year. And also, Sean Panowicz way down the list. And in front of him, Aaron Semler, and in the car 43, who is Aaron Ealings from Tasmania, another Tasmanian over here this weekend and skipping their state championship round over there at Symmons Plains. So he's made the journey over here as well. So going down a bit further, we've got Beck Boggiano in a new car as well. The livery on that car sort of represents a bit of the old Peter Brock style with a red and white colour scheme. We go back to Rob Zonetti with a freshly livered car too. Check out the new Joker livery on that car. You'll certainly be able to pick that one out. And a huge supporter of this group. We've got the G&H haulage entry there of Graham Hinks. And another new competitor this year is Robert Limpert in one of the Mrs. XL garage entries, car number 55. Check that out. And we got Darren Swain, who's also now back in the series, missed last year, in the AE electrical entry. Then we got Andrew Young in the Stooge Brothers Racing entry. The tribute levy to Chrysler Racing has got the old Charger colours on that car. Pretty cool retro livery there. Then we go back to Dan Axford, back to car 7, who is Matt Harris, also on debut in car number 7. And it's the Up To You garage doors entry towards the back of the field. And a car we're very familiar with at the back of that pack is the P&H entry of Alan Hawkins, which we've mentioned many times over the series, and another one of our ominous tribute livery cars. Alan at the back of the pack there. There's those two blue cars. Look at all the blue cars there. They were in the middle of the pack there, so they've got a little bit of work to do.
And the orange one just there, the orange and yellow one of Sean Panowicz as well. So those are 3 that we really have signalled out to say keep an eye on. We expect them to move forward over the course of this race. It's going to be a fascinating way to kickstart 2026. A few big names out of position, certainly to where we would expect them, but maybe in the off-season some other guys have found some speed and have moved ahead of them in the pecking order. Who knows? We will have to wait and see. Only time will tell in that sense, as the cars are just completing their warm-up lap. There is the Hyundai N safety car. It's going to form at the back of this field and follow them around on the first lap of racing. But Vaughan Colwell, the reigning champion, will start from pole position. Let's see what he can do in car number 86, the Stone Group Engineering and LC Automotive sponsored machine. And McMahon alongside of him, Ian McMahon, as you say, from Queensland, MXM Motorsport and JP Sports, the sponsors on the side of that. Of course, all the Hyundais have Tough Lift as well. We saw that in the Trophy Series and in the Masters as well. Tough Lift over the windscreen. Great to have them on board with the series in 2026.
Just had a good look at the Rob Zonetti car there with the new Joker livery down the side there. Fresh skin on that car. They've done a terrific job in presentation. Ian McMahon's interesting here. So it is the MXM Motorsport entry alongside of Vaughan Colwell. So he virtually starting off his championship as it ended last year.
Look at the heat haze. It is a warm one here today. Around about 26 degrees. Tomorrow we're expecting even warmer than
Closer
that.
to 30, I believe.
Yeah, correct, indeed. As we see the green flag at the back, it might be warm out there. I can tell you it's even warmer in the cockpit of these Hyundai XLs. But who's going to master the heat best in the first race of the Hyundai XL Masters? Well, it's a great launch away from the line from Vaughan Colwell. Really good start from him, but in that gear change, it looks to me like McMahon is drawn alongside of him down towards turn number 1. They are side by side, and the same can be said a little bit further back with Faulkner moving up the inside. He started fourth, but he's moved to the inside of the circuit, up the inside of Johnston. As we can see already, some of those names you mentioned have moved up through a couple of positions already, including Smith.
Yeah, Smith tracking start. He got past a couple of cars off the line. Used to see Vaughan Cole in a bright green coloured car. Don't be fooled. It's all black this year at the moment. But he's in second position, so the Queenslander Ian McMahon, car number 50, leads him through to turn 6 for the first time. Fairly closely matched in qualifying too, so this is going to be a very interesting battle up the front, and it's just busy behind them. So got Jordan Johnson's got through there, the Hampstead Dyno entry. Showed a lot of improvement in his qualifying too, much improved driver. And let's have a look to behind them. I think that might be the Faulkner car, the 23 car, just tucked in behind them now as they disappear over the crest there at turn 7.
I'll tell you what, the South Australians aren't going to like this. It's the South Australian State Series. There's a visitor and he's at the front of the field. That's not going to go down very well at all.
No, these Faulkner characters have been here before. They know what it's all about. Highly competitive in their Queensland Series. So you would expect them to be up near the pointy end of the field just as they are at the moment. It's Jordan Johnson there, but that is Gav Faulkner behind him. So that's another battle for position also for the 3rd and 4th position. And the blue car behind, that's Brian Smith. That's the high beam car wash entry, is it? Or is it the other one?
No, that's Smith in 5th. Oh no, it's the 23, sorry. Faulkner in 5th position.
Oh, that's the blue car. So it's the 20. Oh, that's Troy Dontis.
It is.
In the Stanford Mowers entry. That's fooled me too, because that's got a new colour livery on it as well. That was all green last year, you might remember. So the 2 green cars that we familiarised ourselves from last season have had complete skin changes. So anyway, Troy Dontis, pretty experienced campaigner. He's fit a variety of race cars in his race career. There's Kim Anderson giving Sean Panowich the hurry up too. They're back a little bit further, just inside the top 10 there.
So as they come across the line to complete lap number 1, it's the Queenslander at the head of the field. McMahon ahead of Colwell. Johnston in 3rd. Troy Dontis in position number 4, and another Queenslander in 5th, although that Queenslander of Faulkner is forced to go defensive with Ellings directly behind him in the tyres and more entry. Beyond that, we then have Smith, Panowitz and Anderson. All of them moved up on the opening lap, those big names that we expected to have done what we thought. So they've moved up, and Robert Zonetti as well, up inside the top 10. One of the losers, there's been a couple of losers on the first lap. Rebecca Bocciano.
Troy Dontis there, wheel over the top of the curb there. That's not where you want to drop the wheel off. That's a very fast sweeping part of the circuit. He's probably fairly lucky to save that. He was just on the attack there too, behind Johnson. There's Ellings of Tasmania, the tyres and more entry now, just up behind Gav Faulkner. They're the 2 interstate competitors going hammer and tongs there.
It's going to be quite a few of these guys heading to Bathurst for Easter in a couple of weeks' time. So
what a huge meeting that's going to be. That's going to be also incorporate the Saloon Car Nationals.
Indeed.
Yeah, huge. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. There's a bit to unravel there.
But I was going to say, a lot of these guys, you got the Queenslanders, you got some Tasmanians, you got some South Australians. It really does have a bit of a flavour of what's to come at Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time. But can't take our eyes off what's happening out there at the moment, because these guys cannot be separated. McMahon, Colwell and Johnston at the moment. Troy Dontis is just about keeping tabs as well with these top 3. And beyond that, the Queenslander in Faulkner. But yeah, it's good to see some new names towards the pointy end of the field. Troy Dontis last year finished 6th in the series, which is a good solid result. He got stronger and stronger as the year went on, didn't he? He was relatively new to XL competition at the start of the year. He's done a bit over the years, but a full campaign in 2026, and he just got stronger and stronger throughout 2025, and he's hit the ground running already inside the top 5 here today. Of course, the Dontis name, well-renowned with South Australian motor racing.
Yes, of course, twin brother Craig, very well known for ute racing here in Australia. The new leader too, Cole, was gone to the back too. We just missed that pass. So the black machine out in front of the Queenslander. But for how much longer, we're about to find out down here at turn 1. We'll see him go whizzing down the front main straight here at Chilfie Power Motorsport Park and head down towards the northern end of the complex. So Colwell trying to go back-to-back this season. He's got a long way to go in this campaign. Tell you what, Johnson's sticking to his guns too. Jordan just behind him there. And then those top 4 starting to get away. We just mentioned Troy Dontis just behind him in 4th position. So those top 4 just starting to sneak away from the rest of the pack. Now on the attack here is McMahon, trying to get around the outside there, but he's a little wide. So Cole will remain in the front.
Oh, bit of a misgear, I think. Bit of a misgear there for Colwell, and he's going to leave himself really vulnerable down through the never-ending series of right-handers. He's very lucky it was a right-hander coming. He pulled to the inside, and he's got the shorter run as a result. Of course, if you go a car width wide on one of the corners, you might lose a little bit of time, maybe a car length or something. But over the course of those 4 consecutive right-handers, you add so much distance on if you try and hang around the outside. You've got to have so much more momentum if you want to go around the outside there. So he does slot back in line. But he was right in there, wasn't he, then? I thought he was a real shot of reclaiming the race lead down out of turn number 6. But you said about the top 5 pulling away. Well, the battle is on a little bit further back. The number 43 of Ellings coming under huge pressure from Brian Smith in the XL, the number 99 XL, the high beam car wash Gawler entry. And then Sean Panowicz right behind that. I mean, this could be a race, a fight for the race lead, quite frankly, based on what we've seen in years gone by. But these two, the 2 blue machines, really need to get through on the Tasmanian as quickly as they possibly can. Get past the Tasmanian Devil, who's a real thorn in their side at the moment. If they can do that, I'm sure they'll have the pace to catch up with those ahead.
Doing a great job, driving nice and defensively. Certainly the hard charger in that little pack there is Kim Anderson, and we've seen him do this before, trying to pick his way through the field. There's a race lead there. So still going back to full Kyle now. He's under attack. So Ma pulls out. Says he might get back under the front here under brakes. And I think he's done a clean pass there. Beautiful work. Gee, look at Johnson there. He had a look too. He wasn't too far away back there in 3rd position. Now Anderson, as I mentioned, I thought he was on the attack. In fact, Smith has got past Ellings. And I don't think it's going to be too far away before we see Kim Anderson do the same thing.
Yeah, while you were looking at the fight for the lead further back, that is when Smith made his move down there at turn number 1. But he took a compromise line, he went in a bit deep, and as a result, Ellings has been trying to get back through, sweeping through 2, tried up 3. He's got the momentum out the corner, but I don't think he can do much with it. Smith defends that one side by side. Further up the field, it's on, it's wild, and it's willing early on in the XL Masters, but so far it has been clean. Yes, Smith has got the move, but he's going to try and want to stop fighting here. He wants to try and break away and pull a bit of a margin. Oh, Ellings is looking too much ahead, and he's left the door open, and through comes Panowicz. Anderson through there. So Anderson moving up a place. That was Ellings really trying to reclaim that position and not looking in his mirror. So instead of making a place, he has lost a place, unfortunately, there. So Ellings down to position number 8 as a result of that. So now these two, Smith and Anderson, they'll probably try and work together a little bit. They've got 2 seconds to try and catch up to the quintet at the head of the field. There is 9 minutes still remaining in this race. There is plenty of time for them not only to catch up with the top 5, but to get involved as well. You can see the number 49 of Johnston there, who's just losing a little bit of ground to those top 2. Colwell and McMahon are just pulling a little bit away at the moment.
McMahon's actually gone to the lead too. We saw a bit of a scrimmage there at turn 6. It was just out of our camera shot. I just caught it, and that's where the pass happened. Because I think pretty sure Colwell got out a little bit wide there. So that's Brian Smith, the high beam car wash entry. Now, inaugural winner in the Masters Series back in 2023.
and he's been ever so close the years after as well. In 2024, second place by about 100 points, which sounds like a lot, but when there's 2,000 up for grabs, it's not too many at all. And then just 3 points away last year, so very, very close as they fan out here, 3 wide for third, and McMahon defending into turn 1 as well for the race lead. So Johnston retains third, Dontis retains fourth, and Faulkner does actually retain position number 5. It certainly didn't look like it was going to be that way. All backing in, rear end first there from Johnston. That's going to murder his momentum out of the corner through turn number 3. Yeah, he's going to lose out. He's lost out to Dontis already, although Dontis is on the outside for both turns 5 and 6. But here we go, a challenge for the lead. Up the inside comes Colwell, and a little bit of a lock up there from McMahon, who just ran in a little bit deep as a result. So through, change of the lead once again. But again, I think Colwell misses a gear. That's twice we've seen that out of turn number 6, and all the hard work goes out the window. You've got to execute those gear changes in these manual Hyundai XLs. You can make yourself look a real fool if you don't quite get these gear changes right. It's old school racing. With the manual gearboxes. In third position, Dontis did get through on Johnston, and it looks like as well Faulkner has as well. So Johnston, that error at turn 3 has cost him not 1 but 2 places.
Certainly has. So Ian McMahon bringing down his talent from Queensland, holding off all the challenges from Colwell. So these two now just starting to break away. Johnston, as you mentioned there, he's already his hands full as it is. Well, he's got, as I mentioned, Dontis got past him. There he is. And Dontis just begun now, gets himself up into that third position. This has been a very interesting scrimmage, this pair. Obviously, a couple of slight errors there from Vaughan Cole, with maybe a missed gear change. So the car's got plenty of pace. But the gear change is not quite as smooth as what he would have liked. And now they come around to complete yet another lap.
Top two.
That changed to 23. He's got up another position. That's the car there of Gav Faulkner. And he's now got in front of Jordan Johnson. So that'll take him up into fourth position. There's a car going out wide there too. I think it might be an issue. That looked like Aaron Sembler. Just in the background there. And that car didn't come through, so I think that car might have an issue. Where is that orange car?
Here we are, down towards turn number 1. A big dive up the inside from Johnston. Keen to make up from that mistake that cost him 2 places at turn number 3. Had a big look, slid in the rear, but was not able to move back through. As we look further down through the field, this is one of my favourite liveries here this weekend. It always is, the number 79 of Graham Hinks in the GH haulage machine. Love the flames on the side.
I always remember that it's always got a bit of a Hot Wheels look, hasn't it?
It does, very much so, very much so.
All these big flames down the side. A lot of interesting liveries in this group. Graham Hinks has been in this series for quite some time. Huge supporter of the series, and in fact he uses his transport business to transport a few cars. They make an annual trip to Darwin, some of our South Australian competitors, and they use his truck to haul those cars up to Darwin, which is coming up very shortly.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of them in the lunch break, a couple of XL competitors that are very keen to get up there. Of course, for South Australia, Darwin, it's one of the most local racetracks, really, the Bend in Darwin, although it's thousands and thousands of kilometres away. But people are working together to get up there, and from what I'm hearing, there'll be more South Australians up there than Northern Territorians.
Yeah, it's a bit of an annual holiday for those guys. Get out there and race some cars. Now, let's have a look at this. This has changed again. Kyle has now gone back to the front. So another lead change. These two have gone hammer and tongs at each other. Ian McMahon now trying to fight back on the back of our race leader, sticking to his guns here at the moment.
Despite them fighting so hard against each other, they've actually pulled a significant margin on the chasing pack. So as you can see there, 2.5 seconds clear of third place, which at the moment is held by Troy Dontis. But the intensity is rising here. You can see that McMahon has lost that place, but he wants it back up into position 3. Ahead now of Troy Dontis is Faulkner. So that's 2 Queenslanders inside the top 3.
Oh, gee, the South Islanders won't be too pleased about that. So that's the way it is at the moment. Johnson now back to 5th. Brian Smith has fought his way up to 6th position. So slowly but surely just picking a couple off. Now here we go again. So these front two at it again. So car 50, McMahon on the inside. Look at the skirmish there under the brake pedal there. Trying to get as late on that brake pedal as possible. Trying to outsmart each other. Oh, Cole got a little bit close there for comfort, if you don't mind.
He was trying to stay there, wasn't he, on the inside for 2, but he was understeering and just about stayed away from the door of McMahon, but that was mighty close through turn number 2 and towards turn number 3, then ran a little bit wide, but with the camber of the corner he's able to get good drive out, and he's going to put McMahon under pressure in towards the tight 180 degree left-hander. Colwell runs in a little bit deep. They both did, really. I think they were trying to out-duel each other, and they both ended up running in a little bit deep. McMahon came off a little bit better than Colwell, although Colwell has got a nice exit and a lovely run down the hill. So through 7, 8, 9, and 10. And that's the final, the tightest of the right-handers. They get tighter and tighter as they go. Then you've got to compromise that back to the right-hand side of the track for the left of 11, and then through Crofty Corner, turn number 12, which, as you saw in our package, David Croft made a right fool of himself at that particular corner.
So the least. Gee, they're still at it, aren't they? Cole certainly hasn't given up here. He's very good at the brakes, isn't he, Cole? I've noticed that a bit throughout the race. Let's have a little bit of ground underneath the brake pedal there. Another passing opportunity here at turn 14. But not too close. Back into what we call the stadium section here at the track. Sort of comes back inside the venue. And you get a good look at them as they come down the last 2 corners here off the circuit. This is an interesting corner, 17, isn't it? It's very deceptive. It really gets really tight. It's probably more than 90 degrees.
It is. It is more than 90 degrees, about 100 degrees, and that's what makes it such a great overtaking opportunity there. You can really do a well-executed block pass up the inside into that penultimate corner, but it does mean that the last corner isn't quite 90 degrees. It's a real fast, open corner, and you can see people always use all the exit and more, and we can see that at the back of the shot with grass being flicked up. But there's 1 minute and 25 seconds to go, so this is the penultimate lap of the race. Colwell goes to the inside, and he's late on the brakes. Look for the cutback, the switcheroo from the interstater, who's got a nice run. Is he going to have a nose up the inside? No, not close enough to do so there. He's apexed really nicely through turn number 3. So although he's lost the race lead, he's immediately back on the attack straight away. He knows time is of the essence.
Just note Aaron settling down the bottom of the list there out. I thought I did see him go off a little earlier. So, another one of the president of the Circuit Excel Association as well. So he's out of the group. But anyway, let's have a look at this. We get towards the end of this race. Now it's Cole leading him up the hill there to turn 7. Geez, it's been mixed and matched. It's been an intriguing battle.
Certainly has.
So then they go down to all the right-handers. Not many passing opportunities here. It is, you're absolutely flat out on the throttle here and leaning right over. There's plenty of dispersed weight there over that section of the track.
I'd like to just mention, we haven't mentioned them for a while because of this enthralling battle at the front of the field, but Smith and Anderson have ploughed through the field. So Smith is now up to 4th behind Faulkner, and Kim Anderson's followed him through as well. So Troy Dontas and Ellings have been dropped, and Johnston as well for that matter, towards the tail end of this top 10. Sean Panowich has not been able to go with Smith and Anderson, so he remains in position number 9, but certainly some changes for the minor positions just outside of the top 3 at the moment, but with just over a lap to go. Who's your money on here, Mark?
Who knows? Anything can happen as we get towards the end. Still McMahon in the MXM Motorsport Century. The Queenslander has come down. It's actually his first look at the track here this weekend. He'll be pretty keen. And here we go. So one more lap to go. Could be anyone's. This is the interesting point to get down the end of this long straight. There's Kim Anderson and Brian Smith. They've made up oodles of ground.
They've
as you would have expected.
They've swapped places in this lap. So Anderson has got through into position number 4. Smith down to 5th position. And they're Further back, Ellings continues to lead the way in the tyres and more entry. Here we go for the lead into turn number 1. That was a huge look. Oh, and a bit of rear brake locking as well down there into turn 1 for McMahon. Just about got it arrested just at the crucial time. But these two are really going at it. This is a fight for 4th between two stalwarts of this category, Anderson and Smith.
Just noting to note that Vaughan Cole was just pulled out the fastest lap of the race too in that previous lap. So starting to string away. What's going on here? We've got Troy Dodges on the inside of Aaron Ellings. Tasmania certainly under the pump at the moment, down through the turn 5 sweeper. Very fast section of the track. Look at that massive sand trap on the other side of the road there. That's how fast it is. And Johnson trying to... There's Panowitz too, who's come into that group. So he's trying to charge his way, so the complete doors and windows entry there. And he'd be looking for a pass here on Johnson, I would have suspected.
Yeah,
to get him up into 8th position. Oh, he didn't have no room there. You can't get around the outside there at 7. That's another one of those corners that just tightens right up.
Johnston, I think, didn't know Panowitz was there. He's too busy looking ahead, trying to make his own pass on Dontis directly in front. So he is unaware of what is going on behind him. He didn't see the orange and yellow machine as they flick it left and flick it back to the right. Ellings is the cork in the bottle here. The question is the bottle going to pop before the end of the race? Are the other drivers going to flow past before the end of this race? There's half a lap to go. And these 4 are very much nose to tail. Ellings is maybe going to have to go defensive here as we look back to the race lead. So Colwell leads, but not by much at all. But there is only one real overtaking opportunity left, and it's down here at turn number 17. So what's Colwell going to do? Elects not to go defensive. Runs in maybe a little bit deep. He does. So that opens the door for McMahon, who got a little bit of an overlap, but didn't get the exit that he'd have desired and can't do anything into the final corner. So it's going to remain as it was. So Colwell holds on by the skin of his teeth ahead of the Queensland visitor in P2. Faulkner comes across the line in position number 3, just ahead of Anderson and Smith, who really closed late on in that one. And beyond that, Ellings, Dontis, Johnston and Panowitz, that quartet, also remaining the same in what was a fierce battle late on in that race. Battle packs all over. Wherever you looked in that one, somebody was having a fight.
Just across the line there, the Joker car there, Rob Zoinetti in front of Beck Bosiano. That's the new car I mentioned before. And they finished in 10th and 11th position. Then we got Graham Hinks. It's actually Darren Swain picked up a position there on Graham Hinks inside that lap. He's come from the back of the pack too. A fairly good effort as well.
Rebecca Boggiano, she started in 10th. She fell back to about 14th, I think, at the start of that race, but a really good recovery back up to position number 11. She had she did the Willunga Hill Climb late last year and had quite a notable accident, so it's really good to see her back on the racetrack.
That's the reason why the new car is out and about, obviously.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that was a serious wreck too. A very lucky lady.
Results
so let's have a look here.
The screen. Vaughan Colwell taking the race victory ahead of Ian McMahon. Look at that margin, just a quarter of a second in the end. Gavin Faulkner was best of the rest. He was attacked late on by Anderson and Smith, and that was the way they finished. Aaron Ellings in 6th, Troy Dontis in 7th, Jordan Johnston in 8th, Sean Panowitz and Robert Zanetti rounding out the top 10 in the Evolution Crash Repairs machine.
And then we've got the ones that have just fallen out, the top 10. And then we will get that one, but I can tell you there's Beck Bosiano, Darren Swain, the 55 car there of Rob Limpert, who's the new competitor, Daniel Axford, I should say. Mark Harris, Andrew Young, Alan Hawkins, and actually Graham Hinks has not finished that race. So I'm not sure what's happened to him in that last part.
Yeah.
So as it normally is in Masters, it is frantic. Look at the heat haze goes across the track here. If you look at our heat, our replays and highlights package here. Look at this battle up the front. It never stopped. You can see Colwell getting up in the front at this moment, but there were multiple changes in this race. And there's one of them right there, with McMahon going back to the front again, really trying to outsmart each other. And so some good driving skill and standard involved there with those front pairing at the moment. There's another battle. There's McMahon on the back of Cowell again for another challenge. So it was just challenge after challenge after challenge. Just trying to outsmart each other. And in the end, how they started is how they finished. And then Cowell goes across the beat. Another checkered flag, as we saw a bit of that, certainly last season.
That was a great race, wasn't it? Really good, strong battle between the top two. And I don't think they exchanged paint once. It was a really good, clean battle to kickstart proceedings here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for Circuit XL Masters. Great to have Burson Auto Parts as well, sponsoring the highlights package there. Another sponsor jumping on board for season 2026, Mark.
Yes, Bursons have been a big supporter of certainly of that particular category. And good to have them on board again this season. And of course our Summit Championship Series here is a new naming rights sponsor for overall series here at SA.
And we can see all of the cars coming on into the lane. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back on the other side of this.
Hey Dan, just going to need some front pads for a 2023 Subaru WRX. I just got up on the hoist now. How quickly can you get it to me?
Yep, we've got them in stock. We'll get it to you straight away.
Here you go.
Oh, thanks. All sorted.
All good, Pete. Talk to you soon. Burson Auto Parts, Dan speaking. Oh, hey, Claire. What can I do for you today? Yes, the part is in stock. We'll get it to your workshop straight away.
With over 1,200 cars on the roads each day and more than 215 stores around the country, you're guaranteed to get what you need when you need it. Because at Burson, we'll get it sorted.
Moving swiftly on to a category that me and Mark Nancaro absolutely love, or a couple of categories, stalwarts of racing here in Australia. We've got saloon cars, traditional Holden Commodores versus Ford Falcon battle, and also the HQs as well, which will tag on to the tail of the grid. As I reintroduce Mark Nancaro alongside myself, Dan McCarthy. We love both of these categories.
Yes, some good old Australian tin top racing. Well, there's Aaron Semler from the previous race. That's the reason he didn't finish. He's on the back of the toe at the moment. Yes, it's good to be back to his saloon car racing, back to state racing here in SA once again, and a good classy field too. The good old Commodore versus Falcon battles, and there's pretty even numbers too in both makes as well here this weekend. And of course, the long-time stalwart in state racing, not only here in SA but all over the nation, of course, the HQ Holdens, the longest one-make series, still going to this very day. And these cars will be out in just a few moments. Saloon cars, we had their nationals here last year. Huge, big meeting, and of course their nationals are not too far away again as they become a part of the Easter festival out there, Bathurst, in a couple of weeks' time. That's a massive meeting. I was actually planning on going to Bathurst this year, but I've had to give it a skip. So petrol's too expensive, so we'll give that one a miss. But certainly an event that I've been to a couple of times, and it certainly is a great weekend over there at Bathurst. But that's where some of these saloon car drivers in this particular field will be heading in a couple of weeks' time. So this will give them pretty much their final hit out before they head to that national championship.
Absolutely, it's a category that has been really synonymous with state series, but again, like we said in the XLs and the Vs as well, you know, we've got some of the best SA's got some of the best nation saloon car drivers. You think of Scott Dornan, you think of Sean Jamieson. They've always been front runners. They go over to Victoria and they really do fight right at the front against the Victorians.
Yeah, they certainly do. And so, as I mentioned, Scott Dornan certainly has been very much a regular competitor in the Victorian Champion, as well as Scott, as you just mentioned. And they are here in this field here this weekend. And certainly looking forward to seeing them out and throwing those cars around. HQ Holden's not too far away either. We're just waiting for that track clearance with the Semler car just to be completed. as we just saw. So
while we do that, we'll take another break. We'll be back on the other side of this.
Nitro-powered, fire-breathing, ground-shaking, 500 k's an hour drag racing and non-stop family fun. March 28 and 29. 2 days. Full nitro. Full send. Tickets at thebend.com.au.
Still some cars being recovered out there on the circuit, but that is the last one, and the Saloon cars and the HQs are just heading out onto the circuit now, so we are not too far away from getting the next race underway. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Still plenty more to come this afternoon. Up next, we've got the Mini Challenge, the Australian Prototype Series. Yes, we do have a national championship as part of round one of the Summit Championship Series. Then we'll conclude with the second race for the South Australian Improved Production Series. So plenty of things to look forward to in the next hour and a half or so. As you can see, quite a few HQs heading out onto the track. So we'll have 2 races in one here. But so many talking points from an eventful qualifying session in both of these categories. The veteran, the stalwart of saloon car racing. He told me late last year, I'm thinking of hanging up the helmet, but he's back again for another year. Wayne King at the head of the field in the saloon cars. He will start alongside the very, very young Deegan Preen. So it's very much a case of young versus old there on the front row of the grid. Experience versus youth. Then we've got Sean Jamieson from position number 3 ahead of McNamara. Scott Dornan, he had a bit of a slipping clutch in qualifying before. I was down there in the lane and I was told that little nugget of information. So that's why he's starting from position number 3. A man who here last year in the Nationals was right up the pointy end of the field. He'll start alongside David Lyons. Then we've got Davies, Berger and Sinclair rounding out the saloon car field. Leading the way, though, in HQs is car number 80 of Bradley. So Corey Bradley will start off from pole position, the South Australian in the HQs, Mark.
Interesting group of HQs here because Corey Bradley's taken pole position in that group. Now, Darryl Crouch, it's good to see Crouchy back in this field, but he's actually in in Darren Jenkins' car, multiple winning cars. So no Darren Jenkins at this round. So Darryl Crouch has borrowed his car here for this particular round, and he's a pretty good steer of the return here. Matt Linscott, great to see him back in our HQ. It's been 3 or 4 seasons since we've seen him, and he's obviously been away. He's had a young family and had to build a house and all those things that get in the way of life. And so good to see him back in this field as well. Back to Lee Smith in the 54 car. Peter Anderson, the Northern Territorian. Check out that car. It's got more. Every part of that car is covered in stickers. It's got more stickers than you can count. It's an amazing bit of car. Then we go back to John Hill. And the last of our HQs there is the car of Tony Whitehair. And I didn't see anything of Tony Bobridge either, who was on the original list. So I haven't seen too much of Tony of late in the series either. So that's our HQs. We've probably the biggest number of HQs we've seen in the series. Actually, 8 of them here involved this weekend. It's been a while since we've seen 8 HQs in the South Australian Championship. So good to see them back still flying the flag.
We do have a Northern Territorian visitor, Peter Anderson. A big thank you for coming down south.
And he's been here before. He knows this track pretty well.
Here we are then on the front row of the grid. If you're a Generals man, then probably look away at the moment. It's a Ford 1-2 on the grid. In fact, Jamieson is the only Holden in the 4 positions. So beyond that, we do have Dornan and Lyons on the 3rd row of the grid. So an even split amongst the top 6. However, on the front row, it is all blue oval. Wayne King, the multiple-time national champion, state series champion, I should say, and Deegan Preen alongside of him. What a start to saloon car racing he had midway through last year, only just old enough to start racing them, and immediately at the front. Even he went over to Victoria, first time ever at Sandown Raceway a few weeks ago, and he took a victory over there as well. The kid is a talent, there is no doubt about that. But who's going to win the drag race towards turn number 1? We're underway. Great initial start there from King, and alongside of him, Preen, also a good start. One of the HQs has pulled over to the side.
That's Daryl Krause has got the problem there. That's the Air Diffusers agency entry, so that's not going very far at all. Anyway, let's have a look at the front. Around the outside goes Preen, so good clean start. Nice track position down there at turn 1. Gets past the multiple state champion there, and Wayne King started off his affairs good at taking the pole position. And Scott Dornan, the action line marking Commodore on the inside. That's Jamison there as well.
Side by side.
Tell you what, keep an eye on that pair. They won't be too far away either. So Deegan Preen, you mentioned there, Dan, he is a talent, and we've already seen a bit of him. Certainly last season, he went to Sandown a fortnight ago and cleaned up there as well. Took a race victory. As you also did mention there, Dan, so going out and mixing up with the Victorians, I'll tell you, that's no mean feat. There's some good competitors in that series.
Certainly is. Down the hill they go. So it's Preen from King, and Scott Dornan getting through on Sean Jamison as well. So Dornan, a brilliant start from 5th on the grid. Now the leading Holden flying the flag for the Generals up to position number 3. King running wide, 2 wheels through the grass there just when the car is fully loaded. That's the last thing you want to do in a rear-wheel drive saloon car. The back end will want to slow around when it loses grip like that. He's just trying to keep up with the number 38 at the head of this field at the moment, and he can't quite do it. The Fox Roofing entry of Preen is ultra aggressive on the opening lap on cold tyres. He's not afraid to push the limits early.
And look at the break he's got from Wayne King. So he's got some serious pace there in this early part of this race. So the Fox Roofing entry makes its way down in the AU Falcon. 2 AU Falcons first and second position. It's not going to be one for the Holden fans at the moment. They're a little bit further back. In fact, probably Scott Dornan's the first of the Commodores there. And there he is.
Yeah,
the action line marking entry. In fact, it's all over the back of Wayne King. So I tell you, Wayne is probably one of the hardest persons to get past. He's very defensive, but he's left the door open for him there a little bit. And in fact, you might get underneath him here and get up into second position.
And he does so successfully. Nicely done by the South Australian. As you say, action line marking emblazoned on the side of that machine. So up into position number 2 for him. That was a really clinical pass, and certainly the clutch slipping issue has been resolved. That's why he qualified where he did, and he is bolted up through this field, up now into that runners-up position. But what can he do about the Falcon out in front? This is good old Holden versus Ford stuff now at the front of this field. Dornan really getting the power down nicely out of the turn. And he was at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival a couple of weeks ago, was Scott Dornan. Good to see him out there on the street circuit. Boy, oh boy, has there been a bit of news in the last few weeks, hasn't there, about racing over in that part of the state, of course, with the news that MotoGP will be here in Adelaide in a couple, next year, isn't it? I was going to say a couple of years' time.
I can't wait. I can't wait to get in the queue to buy some tickets. I know. I'm keen as mustard there. Scott Dornan's an interesting character. He loves motor racing. You can't get enough of it. Obviously, he competes in the National Aussie Racing Car Series as well. So he is usually doing multiple duties and different series. And he will certainly be one that will be heading to Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time to compete in the Nationals. And he was out to, he did pretty well too in last year's Nationals, which were held in this very complex last September.
Scott Dornan you're referring to, yeah, he won 3 of the heats. He looked like the form driver, 3 heat wins in a second. He got pole position, but a mechanical drama for him in the winner-takes-all final cost him dearly. And as a result, it all comes down to that final. And he finished, sorry, he didn't finish in the end. A couple laps from home, retired the car. So it was Mason Harvey. In fact, it was a WA 1-2 in the end. It was Mason Harvey from Jackson Callow. Sean Jamieson was best of the South Australians in position number 3, which is where he sits in this very race at the moment. Deegan Preen finished 5th in the Nationals, and Wayne King finished in position number 6.
Look at our lead HQ there. That's long-time competitor there, Corey Bradley, in the Race Fabrication Services entry. And Lee Smith has done a terrific job too, because he started a little bit further back in the grid. So he's up into 2nd position. And I think just behind, that could be Matty Linscott just behind him, tucked in there. Having his first run back, he's just trying to knock a bit of the rust out of the elbows here this weekend. And now he's got a little bit more budget. He can come back and do some more racing.
I noticed Sinclair, one of the Saloon car entries, Sinclair is plummeting down the timing. You probably see that on the left-hand timing totem. There he is falling down the order. So he's clearly come to a stop out there somewhere during that lap, which is not good news, but clearly out of harm's way, which is why we've remained under green flag conditions. But there's a move here in the HQs.
Matt Linscott all over the back of Corey Bradley, but the lead has changed as well. You can see Lee Smith, the 54 colour car there, the shell colour car there, and the Benetti Transport entry goes to the lead of that group. And Lynn Scott on the inside there, Corey Bradley in the international entry. That's a beautifully turned out race car. Lynn Scott wrap on that car. Done a terrific job to come back. And Corey Bradley, long-time competitor as well, been around in HQ for quite some time.
He has. Robert Sinclair's all of a sudden reappeared on timing in 9th position, so very much at the tail end of the Saloon cars, but still out there on the circuit, which is great news. Crouch, though, Darryl Crouch is not. He has just come into the pits at the end of lap number 2. As we look at Lee Smith at the moment, leading the way in the HQ fight. Out in front, Deegan Preen set the fastest lap of the race last time through on lap number 2. And extended the race lead by 0.3 of a second, but on the latest lap there's been some sort of problem, I think, for Scott Dornan. 4 seconds slower on that lap than what he has been previously, and that lead margin has blown out to 6.2 seconds, and in fact he might come under significant pressure from Sean Jamieson. I'll get it out in a minute.
That's okay, you've done it well. You got there in the end. Gee, Lee Smith will be delighted with this. He had a bit of a mixed year last year in this championship. Had a few mechanical problems and involved in a couple of incidents last year, so it was a bit of a hard luck story, but he's got clean air in front of him at the moment and looking pretty strong, so looks like he's in for a better season. I'm touching wood when I'm saying that. I'm not going to put the curse on him just as early in the season, but he's still got Matty Linscott still chasing him down. Good to see the HQ racing nice and close and handy. That's what you would come to expect from this category. Obviously not large in numbers like they once were, but there's still a few drivers out there still flying the flag. And back a little bit further, it looks like that Peter Anderson back there in 4th position, is it? The grey coloured car with all the stickers all over that particular car. But these guys really are making a race of it, aren't they? So he's met Lynn Scott now. He's on the back there of Lee Smith. So now it's going on. Remember, they're all the same cars here. They're all run the same control tyres, engines. We run the Kumo radials on those cars. They're all wearing the same tyres. 3-speed gearbox. 202 motor. Nothing's changed in those cars. Deegan Preen, well, he's heading for the hills here. He is absolutely streeted away. Obviously, Scott Dorner's got some sort of little problem there. As you mentioned there, Dan, just dropped down the times there in that previous lap.
I don't know if it was a mistake or a mechanical. I suppose we'll get our answer when they come around to complete this lap. So Deegan Preen out in front. There's no doubt about that, as he just waves to his crew, I think, as he comes across the line. There is Scott Dornan, so that's good news. In fact, he's pulled away again, so maybe a mistake that we didn't quite see was the cause there. So he's only lost a couple of tenths that lap. That was a PB lap for him, only a couple of tenths slower than Deegan Preen, so a good reset for him. Wayne King has moved up into position number 3, but the question is for how long, as Sean Jamieson, late on the brakes, looks up the inside. These two have been around in saloon car racing for quite a number of years, haven't they, these two?
The old sparring partners, aren't they? They're back at it again. It's the old Ford versus Holden battle. And of course, Wayne's always been a Ford driver, and of course, Sean Jamieson always a Holden driver. So the old sparring partners, they go back a long way.
Sean,
of course, when Wayne King, of course, won his first championship, of course, he was in the EA Falcon. So the earlier model Falcon, obviously a little bit updated into the AU, but Sean Jamieson in the Sedan Hotel entry, which is his licensed premises too, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drinking hole up there in the Mallee.
He owns a lot of saloon cars and loans them out and sells them and buys some more and sells them. He absolutely loves his saloon car racing, not only to South Australians, but he goes around the nation as well, always competing in the Victorian Series. And I spoke to him before, and he was saying how pleased he is with the amount of saloon cars here this weekend. He says, I'm quite sure we'll have more in the rounds to come as well, which is a really, really good sign. So saloon cars already on a bit of a purple patch here in South Australia once again, heading in the right trajectory and only going to get stronger according to Sean Jamieson. As we can see, he's right on the tail of
a little
King.
bit of a brake lock there too. We're going to have the curve as well.
Two-wheeling.
Really late on the brake pedal there. You can certainly see that.
Yes, he's pushing, isn't he? But there is no doubt he's driving it as Brad Vaughan would, and Brad Vaughan will be driving that very machine. The Super 2 race winner will be driving that very car, the grey one, at the Bathurst 6-hour weekend as part of the Saloon Car National. So Sean Jamieson owns the car. He told me he's just going to dust off the cobwebs, make sure it's all working perfectly. So he's testing that it works on 2 wheels as well as 4. And that's
tick that one off.
Exactly, and that's often how young Brad Vaughan drives the car himself. So I did see Brad Vaughan is here. I think he's doing a bit of engineering and some team radio for a couple of the Australian Prototype Series guys. So not behind the wheel, but he is here doing a bit of engineering this weekend.
So that gap still remains the same between Wayne King and the KW Home Improvements entry. And of course, Sean Jamieson in the Sedan Hotel entry there, currently sitting back in 3rd and 4th position, while Deegan Preen is in a world of his own at the moment. In fact, 7.4 seconds between him and Scott Dornan. Yeah,
another fastest lap for him last time through, first person down into the 2-minute 13s, 2-minute 13.7. So yeah, he's just continuing to churn good laps. Oh, a spin. Is that Sinclair? I think it is, the number 69.
Yeah.
It's been an eventful race for Sinclair in more ways than one in the Rob Sinclair Equipment Finance sponsored machine. And
two-car team as well. Him and Blair Davies share the same livery, and those two Falcons. And Rob, being the team owner there, obviously got a little bit of an issue there.
Blair Davies has made good progress in this race, actually, up to position number 6. He started a row further back than that. He's got through on Tim McNamara, so he's moved up into the top 6. So good stuff from him, and not too far behind another stalwart of saloon cars in David Lyons.
Oh, he's been in everything, Dave Lyons, HQ Racing, and obviously saloon cars for quite some time. He's got a French livery on that car too, the Evolution Crash Repairs entry.
Speaking of HQs, there's been a change just as they came across the line seconds ago. Bradley moving ahead of Smith. Last time we saw them, it was Bradley ahead of Smith, so they had changed for a little while, but it's back the way of Bradley once again. The two of them split by just 0.3 of a second, and Lynn Scott just behind, only half a second further back as Deegan begins to negotiate the lap HQ traffic. So Could this play a factor here on the final lap? I don't think it will for the race lead. Oh, goodness, the tyre's gone.
Yes, he's gone.
The tyre's gone in a spectacular way down towards turn number 1. Deegan Preen, he's got no rubber left on that at all. So, just like that, Scott Dornan is right in the pound seat, right where he needs to be, and he's going to take the race lead. I did not see this one coming. There goes Dornan. Preen banging on the steering wheel. Absolute heartbreak in the dying stages of the opening race. The question is he going to try and bring that back around to the finish? The answer by the looks of it is no.
Gee, look at him hitting the steering wheel there. Look at the disappointment there. Throwing his hands in the air, so didn't quite make it. So Scott Dornan now will head to the front. Wow, that was pretty dramatic. He's blown a tyre like he was over the rubber ride over the road here. It was just... over there at the burnout competition over at the drag strip here this weekend.
I was just saying, I don't think lap traffic will play a factor. I didn't think a tyre delamination would play a factor the way it did there. That was spectacular. You don't see that very often in saloon cars racing, and it hands Scott Dornan this first potential race victory on the plate. I don't want to curse it now. I don't want to say anything. With half a lap to go, the Action line markings machine is licking all the lines on the outside of the circuit, using all of the road. But late race heartbreak for the youngster, Deegan Preen.
Very disappointing for him, but certainly not for Scott Dornan. I mean, you can take him any way you can get him, and this will be for the checkered flag and the Action line marking entry. Wow, quite a dramatic end towards this motor race, but that's what happens. They're going to have some official standard pit with that rubber, because that's all full of wire as well, so you don't want to be running over that either.
No.
Otherwise, it could probably give somebody else a puncture as well.
Results will say at the end of this race, he'll say Scott Dornan the winner, but it really doesn't tell the story of what exactly has happened here this afternoon in race 1 of a very eventful saloon cars race. He comes around the final corner, and Scott Dornan greets the checkered flag first.
And around to Wayne King there in second position. So gets himself under second between him and Sean Jamison, who've been slogging it out lap after lap, but no change there. So they'll finish Wayne King in front of Jamison. And then we go back to, looks like Tony White here in the HQ. He's a lap down. And it looks like Dave Lyons in the green and white Evolution Crash Repairs entry. That'll be Blair Davies, Tim McNamara in the white Falcon. And running for the lap traffic, that's Peter Anderson. I think that's John Hill. I think that's the 46 car that's gone a lap down. And the last of our saloon cars there is Sean Berger in the Commodore. Now, we're just having a look at this battle for HQs, which is still on too, by the way, between Corey Bradley and Lee Smith. We can't see it on the camera at the moment, but it's Tony White here. He's already a lap down. Yeah. This race has been completed.
Yep. He's greeted the checkered flag, unlike some of his rivals, including Crouch. So, yeah, he's greeted the checkered flag, but we still await Sinclair in the saloons, and then the first of the HQ runners, Bradley and Smith.
It's just slowly surely making their way around. And we can't see them in the shot there at the moment. Looks like Peter Anderson at the top there. So they'll be in front of him.
They're going to come any second now, because Sinclair just went through, and here they are. Oh, it's only one. Where has the other one gone?
Oh, so he's got off. He's got away there from Lee Smith. They were blocking horns there a couple of laps back, so that's been a strong performance there from Corey Bradley to get away from his counterpart there, Lee Smith, in the Race Fabrication Services entry. That's a sponsorship he's been carrying his cars for a very long time. And he'll take the first victory in the HQ brigade here this weekend. So Corey Bradley goes across the line. There's the checkered flag awaits, with Lee Smith just behind him. And the returning drive of Matt Linscott will finish up in third position. He's not too far away from Lee there just at the end. And they dominated those three HQs in that group. And they were a mile in the front there of Peter Anderson. And he's just coming across the line now. And our Northern Territorian doesn't mind a bit of a trip down to Adelaide. Been here a few times before.
So plenty to talk about in that one, wasn't there? But there is the tale of woe down at turn number 3. We saw the tow truck down there to pick up the stranded Deegan Preen machine, the Fox roofing car. The tyre delamination costing him dearly, just less than a lap from home. There is the state of that tyre. Boy, oh boy, did it do a bit of damage as it ripped itself around in the wheel arch there. So a real shame for the youngster, but I'm sure he will come back strong over the rest of the weekend. It's certainly a shame for him, but he'll come back strong tomorrow. Here's a replay.
Here we go. Have a look at this.
Down towards turn number 1, just minding his own business, and there it goes.
Kaboom.
Whack.
And she's gone. He had a little bit of trouble pulling it up too. Remember, you are at the end of the main straight there, so you're on full throttle. And obviously the braking capacity of that race car is not at its full capability. So he gets it through the kitty litter and then goes out the other side through the grass, and gradually, slowly but slowly, he stops.
Absolutely. The good news is that shouldn't be too much of a lengthy repair. That'll be out no problem tomorrow, and we're going to see plenty of action from the young charger. He will be very much wanting to charge through the field. There are the results from the first race of the Saloon cars and the HQs this year. Scott Dornan at the head of the field, doing so in the end by 8.8 seconds. A great battle between two stalwarts of the series, the KW Home Improvements entry of Wayne King and Sean Jamieson in the Sedan Hotel entry. Beyond that, David Lyons rounded out the top 4 ahead of Blair Davies. Tim McNamara in position number 6, Sean Berger in 7th, and Robert Sinclair, the final of the Saloon car entrance. In the end, it was Corey Bradley who prevailed ahead of Lee Smith in the HQs.
And that's where we leave them lie. There's all that rubber. All our fireys down there. Got to pick all those bits of rubber up there. Of course, they're full of wire, so we don't want to be leaving them lying on the track, otherwise somebody else is going to get the same wrath.
Yeah, certainly
So,
plenty of debris to pick up down there towards turn number 1. Here are the Burson Auto Parts race highlights. Dornan started from position number 5, made up a couple of places early and moved on through past Wayne King. It was on a 3-car fight in the HQs between Bradley Smith and Lynn Scott. They were changing places nearly every corner, particularly early on in the race, and for a period Smith did have the race lead, but it would not end that way. The number 80 would come back through. Lynn Scott remained right in that fight throughout and was also up to position number 2 there at one point as well. The fight for 3rd position was well and truly on. Of course, it became 2nd late on in the race, but the 2 veterans really went at it. But there was a huge tyre explosion for the number 38 machine. The runaway race leader is leading by 7 seconds when that happened. Deegan Preen on the final lap of the race. His tyre let go. He did not finish. Scott Dornan won the Saloon car race, and in the HQ's victory went the way of Smith. There we can see the Fox Roofing Falcon. It's on the low loader and will be brought back into the lane on the back of the truck. Not how you want to end your first South Australian race of the year, on the back of a tow truck.
And it's going to make him hard.
So we can see that there's a lot of racing action still to come. Lots of motor racing here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We were lucky enough late last year to call the action here at the Bend Classic, and this is what you have to look forward to.
Yes, how exciting. Let's have a look at this.
Chance to play it all night long. One more dance, baby, one more kiss, I'm gonna wind up.
My name's Stratton Barrett. In defensive driving, we'll teach you how to drive your car safely on the wet, in swerving conditions, accident avoidance, and how your safety systems work on the vehicle, and what we call the kangaroo test. We're here to teach all drivers. You'll be driving in your own car. Any car is acceptable in our program. To book for our defensive driving program, you can visit our website.
So much to do here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Great initiative with the defensive driving course. I urge everybody, if they're just learning how to drive, to do that. It's a great way to learn how a car handles under high load. And that was a very entertaining saloon car race. We're going to send out the pint-sized machines mini challenge out for their first race of the weekend. Looking forward to this. There is a non-mini out there. That is the Sol Sports Sedan, the little Datsun. We'll keep an eye on that. But in and amongst the minis here today, as part of the action at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Of course, we spoke there, we saw there the Ben Classic, not only about old cars and history on the racetrack, but also the Country Music Festival as well.
Yeah, good to have Lee Kernigan back too. After we saw you a couple of years ago, that attracted a huge crowd too. I know you weren't a part of that event, but gee, that was a big weekend. Let's have a look to see what's happening here. This is the combined sports sedan and mini sport mini challenge event that we can see here at the moment. Now, obviously, our sports sedan's only the one here for the first round, which will be Mark Harris out there in the Datsun, but it's a very important 8-fill car here for our mini sport mini challenge, with a variety of minis on board here for this weekend. A couple of new names, a couple that are making a return here in this particular group, and we're going to run through how they're going to line them up here at the moment. Let's have a look at car number 118. Well, the old stalwart of mini racing here in SA is Neil Turner. Of course, these are the outright cars. There's only 2 outright class cars in this field. Him and, of course, his son Steve are the 2 outright cars, and they're basically the more modified race cars. So they're the ones that are out there at the moment. So him, Neil Turner will be on pole position. Alongside of him, but the only sports sedan in the field is Mark Harris in the Datsun. He's only at his second race meeting too, a car that he's virtually built up all by himself, and it is a 100% home-built race car. So we'll hope to look at that lime green Datsun as it makes its way around. Unfortunately, a lot of other sports sedans weren't quite up to scratch here for this weekend. So that's the reason we don't see too much of them here at the moment. Next of our minis will be Alex Lee in the Modern Challenge. So the Modern Challenge are more the spec type cars, they're the ones that have the less modifications, broken up into 3 classes. Then we go back to Steve O'Malley, who's actually lives in Queensland. He's actually come down again for this weekend. And then we go back to Steve Turner, and then Rod O'Malley. There's a story. Hasn't turned a wheel in anger in 14 years. He's been out of the scene for quite some time. In fact, the last time he competed in the South Australian Motorsport Championship, he was running in the MGF series. So that's got to wind the clock back a little bit there. So it's been a little while. And we go back to car number 88, which is Richard Bailey. And he's also new to this group, so we wish him well. And we go back to Chris Cotton, pretty familiar too. You remember Chris has run a lot of Group N minis, and so a lot of the older style cars, but he's in the more modern mini here this weekend. And at the back of the field there, car 18, is Jay Byrne, also on debut here this weekend, and he's brand new and he's doing his very first race here this weekend, so we wish him well. Very interesting group of little minis here. When we talk about minis, I mean minis here, so what? But have a look at the diversity of the minis we've got here. It's very diverse, and it is broken down into 3 categories. Of course, rolling start, as you typically would see in a sports sedan race, even though we don't have too many sports sedans involved here. Certainly be very intriguing. Brought to us by Minisport this year. Thank you for being on board. And car exiting stage left there is Chris Cotton. So he's straight into the pits there.
That's not good. He's in the lone car this weekend. A historic touring car race that in years gone by. He's probably used to a few mechanical failures, but not before the start of a race. It's out at the front of the field. Turner has absolutely let rip in the open class car. He is comfortably leading in towards turn number 1, the sports sedan in P2, and a nice start as well from Lee, who retains third position and in fact slings it up the inside of the Datsun. Nice move, and he makes it stick. The Datsun driver there of Harris just opening the door and saying, yeah, if you want to dive through, we're of course not racing each other really, so through goes the bright red Mini. That was a bold move.
Certainly was. So Alex Lee up into second position. He's got the long-time stalwart in front of him, Neil Turner. You probably want to fail to mention how many decades he's been around racing minis. He's been a big part of South Australian mini racing for so long. And he is out in front in the Pizza Capers entry. Still the original livery from the National Mini Challenge series going back a few years ago. You might remember that series. Series was a support certainly for the supercars back in the day.
Some good names are in that. Paul Stokel, Grant Denyer, of course, Deal or No Deal man himself, and Chris Alajarjan, just a few of the names that spring to mind that were right at the front of that series in the late noughties and early tens. It really was a fantastic series for a while.
Paired by Dave Armstrong, of course, he is the #1 mini man here in SA as far as preparing a mini out there at Salisbury South. Good to see that Dave is still involved with mini racing in an engine building sense. Of course, his son Jason still races, of course, in the Group N mini. And still certainly involved with mini racing, but certainly Neil Turner is. And the car number 118 out in front had a bit of a mixed bag of results last year. They had some eternal engine problems towards the latter part of the year that didn't seem to get too many laps in. So certainly good to see him out there in front again, as it should be. So Alex Lee second, then Mark Harris in the Only Sports sedan, then the little yellow car behind him is Steve O'Malley, who also made a return here last year after some time away. Of course, he's not South Australian based these days, he still lives in Queensland and flies in here for these meetings. Just behind him there, that's a brand new car too. 54 car, they've just completed that car. I did did some track sessions at Marilla in a super sprint event last weekend. Did the iron out E-Bugs, and it looks pretty strong at the moment. And then Jay Byrne back a little bit further, also on debut in the Modern Challenge group, which is basically the normal spec cars. Not too many modifications in those cars. A few little control parts you can put in them, but not a great deal of modification.
Been an attritional start to the day. I did see car number 9 on the trailer, Stephen Turner, during the lunch break, so not sure that car's going any further, well, certainly not today, so that's why that car says out on the timing tower. And of course we lost Cotton right at the start of the race, so down to 7 for this one, unfortunately, as they fling it down the hill. It really does fall away from you down there, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it certainly does. Big drop off there. Richard Bailey not a part either. That's a shame. He was on debut here this weekend. So there's a couple have got a bit of Saturday night work to do by the looks of things.
He's showing 6th on my timing screen, Bailey, so I'm not quite sure. I think there's some timing issue with that car.
Not sure what the issue is there, but Neil Turner out in front. Steve O'Malley is the yellow car on picture there in the UMC entry. Saw a bit of Steve last year, made a comeback and didn't do any driving here for probably 12 years and decided to come back and compete in the Mini Sport Challenge again this year. Mini Sport, of course, on top. They're the #1 people to go for all your mini parts down there at St Mary's. And let's see how these does at the moment. So there's Steve on top, right on top. That's on track, on camera, I should say.
He's losing a bit of the front guard there on the left-hand side. It's flying out in the breeze. That won't be affecting him too much.
Fix that up. I'll get a spare part for him.
Yeah, that won't affect him too badly at all. Even if it does fall off, you don't necessarily need to replace it. There's a Mini coming out of pit lane I just saw there on the right-hand side. That's why they're all moving over to the left. So we've got Turner or Cotton back out there. I assume it will be Cotton that's back out on the racetrack. So we're gaining cars rather than losing them at the moment, which is always a positive sign, as it's on for position number 2 between the two classes of cars. Lee in the red Mini versus the sports sedan competitor of Harris. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. What can the Harris Motorsport driver do?
Just trying to work out which car may come on track. It actually looked like Chris Cotton just in the background there. We'll certainly pick that car up in just a moment.
Through elimination, it's got to be, because as I say, Turner was on the back of the truck, so that one's definitely not coming out. So the only other one in the lane was Cotton, so it's got to be.
Well thought out there, Dan. You thought it was a bit stronger than what I did. Goodness me.
Now, it's good news that he is back out there, out in front. Turner continues to churn in the fast laps. Fastest lap of the race, of course, it was the first proper flying lap, a 2-minute 20.2. That's a second clear than anybody else lead. The second fastest, a 21.2.
There's a car parked up there on the infield there. I just saw it on the camera. And I'll have a look at that in a minute when those cars go past, because there was another car parked up on the infield there. Oh, that's Chris Cotton. That's the silver car, so that's Cotton again, so he's definitely got some problems. And he's got now, not in pit lane, now parked up in the middle of the infield there, down on the off run there at turn 6.
Oh, he's back going again. So
there he is.
He's taking the shortcut, though. He's taking the west route. In fact, now he's adding a rallycross track to the circuit. Of course, if he wants to do a bit of rallycross racing, you can over at the Bend Kartdrome. Yes. There is the rallycross layout with both gravel and tarmac, but he's decided to make it on the circuit racing.
I think he's looking for the access road there.
Yes.
I think he's trying to get out of the way. How's this little Turner going? Did the fastest lap of the race too in the previous lap, so
not on that one. Not on that one. He lost a second. Yeah, lost a second that lap. As up the inside comes Harris, 4-second position. So the other competitors not in the open class are closing back in. So the open class mini is the fastest class of the mini challenge here this weekend, followed by modified and then modern. So that's a bit of a surprise that we're not seeing Neil Turner continue to extend that margin. As we look at Rod O'Malley, the number 54 machine.
Brand new car too for this year, so good to see him back after 14 years. As he's known down in the pits pot rod. And good to see him back on board. He's still steering around. It's been a long time running MGs as well. Quite a few seasons ago, so it's actually his first time in a Mini. I guess he's joined the fray, and I suppose brother Steve has wangled his way in there and helped him out a little bit.
That's what he says. He says, I was working on my brother's car for the last few years, and I've got the bug, unfortunately, so I had to go and buy myself a car. So he is out there enjoying himself, as we see the 88 machine a little bit further back of Bailey. Richard Bailey.
Had his first race meeting as well. So he's done a lot of club sport stuff and lots of other sprint stuff, but this is the actually first race meeting here in 2026, so we wish him well.
It's good to see quite a few new competitors, and the grid size has really grown in the off-season, so it's all a bit like Saloon cars. It's heading in the right direction. Grid sizes are growing, which is what we want to see.
Would be good to see, obviously, in future rounds, some more sports sedans on board. There's certainly some in garages not quite prepared for this round, unfortunately. And so that's the reason we haven't seen sports sedans here this weekend. Running sports sedans at the Quarter Revival too this weekend. And so there's a few other events also happening. So no Michael Barsh at this meeting. We saw plenty of that car here last season in the 6-litre Toyota 86.
Wasn't that a weapon?
Weapon. If you're looking at a weapon, a big weapon. And a few of the others as well. No Miles Bond here at this round. I thought David Keegan might have been ready, but he's also not here in the upper 2 of the brigade. There's a few names certainly missing from that list, Dan.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, though, it probably doesn't help that we've got sports sedan racing in Victoria and all around the nation. All the states have chosen this weekend because it's just before Easter. And if you end up after Easter, you're in with the supercars, and then there's less people doing it again. So that's why a lot of different categories or different state series have chosen this weekend. If you are tuning in on the Bend TV on YouTube, welcome. Hope you are enjoying the action here in the first round of the Summit Championship Series here in South Australia. It's got had a bit of a rebrand in the off-season, the series formerly known as the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, and we've got Mini Challenge out there for their first race of the weekend. There's a national category up next, so don't go anywhere. The Australian Prototype Series will hit the track in a few moments' time, followed by the second race of improved production. Tomorrow is a huge day of action. All of the categories you've seen already today and the ones to come, all of them will be on the track for 2 races tomorrow, starting at 8:30 local time here in South Australia and running all the way through until 3:30 in the afternoon. It's non-stop racing action here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
And there's our race leader there in Neil Turner. The little stalwart of this group. Keeps this group together, and a lot of work in the background from Neil. In fact, him and son Steve have been very helpful for me during the week, so we do wish them. Obviously, Steve's got a few problems and probably need to sort out in the workshop this evening, but hopefully we'll see him back tomorrow in the Malicious Delicious entry. This is one of our sponsors too for the series. Got a few good sponsors on board. Our cell material sponsors for the series of PSL crane trucks have also come on board here for this series, and someone we might know is South Aussie with Cozzy has also come along as a silver sponsor.
He has indeed.
And I don't know that Cozzy is really much of a motorsport head, but we'll certainly teach you a trick or two.
Absolutely. I noticed that this car is running very, very slowly indeed. No longer the race leader is Turner. He's fallen back to position number 4. So the Pizza Capers machine has some real problems. You were just talking about him. You're going, oh, he's in the lead. And I was thinking, no, there's 3 cars ahead of him on the road. So there's been some sort of mechanical issue. So this is now the car that leads the way. It's Alexander Lee out at the front of the field, 1.9 seconds ahead of that sports sedan of Mark Harris. Great to have the Datsun here, the Datsun 1200. We didn't see that one too much actually last year. So
one meeting.
One meeting,
It did one meeting, yeah. So this is only his second race meeting. Mark's been a long life racing enthusiast, but hasn't got around to racing. He actually bought this car in COVID times, and certainly when you were stuck at home, you were looking for something to do in the garage. So that's really where he built the car up, and gradually has made it to the track last year.
A lot of people did that, didn't they, during COVID times? If you didn't have a car in real life to build, generally a lot of people went for the Lego set. I did the cheaper option, went for the Lego set instead.
A few Grand Prix cars involved there.
Absolutely, yeah. I've got a McLaren in my garage.
Not a real one.
No.
Quite a box, but you can tell people you've got one.
Exactly right, exactly. But let's turn our attention back to what's on the screen at the moment, with Lee continuing to pull away from the field. He's about to start the final lap of the race. And in terms of the mini battle, his nearest challenger is Steve O'Malley, who's 5 seconds in arrears at the moment. So he doesn't have too much to worry about as he starts the final lap. There's the Kartdrome in the background, and I can see a dual cart there with a passenger cart. So if you're enjoying the action here at the track, make sure you head over to the Kartdrome afterwards. Racing finishes at just after 3 o'clock local time. And there might actually be a race on to the outright victory here, because Harris really closed in on the pit straight, crossed the line 1.5 seconds behind. He's certainly a lot closer than that now. So although they're not really fighting each other for points, there is a bit of glory on the line, a bit of bragging rights to say I won outright. So it's the sports sedan in second and the Mini in the first position. So who's going to take victory here in the first race of the day?
We're about to find out, because this should be the final lap. So as I mentioned, there are 2 different classes there at the moment. And obviously, there's only sports sedan in the field, so easy points for Mark Harris in the championship. And certainly we'll see how they come out the other side here. Alex Lee doing a pretty good job in the mini sport entry. In fact, he's got away from there down that tighter part of the circuit down the northern end.
Very much
which
so.
certainly will favour the smaller, lightweight Mini down through that section.
Out of here though, turn number 12, there's a little short drag strip towards turn number 13 and it's uphill as well. So look, you can visibly see the Datsun closing, can't you?
Yeah, straight line speed will be his winner, but braking not so much.
Into the final sequence of corners again. We're into Mini territory here, the double left-hander of turn 14 and then into the fishbowl of 15, but he's run a little bit wide. I was saying the Mini suits this area. It does, but if you make a mistake, you're not really playing into your car's strength. So all of a sudden, Harris has the run and the speed just as they hit the short chute down towards turn 17, but the lightweight Mini is good under brakes. And holds on, runs a bit wide again though, so it's going to be a drag race towards the final corner. Harris has got the inside line, but he's not going to be able to carry as much mid-corner speed as the Mini, but it's a well-executed block pass, and the number 28 of Alexander Lee can't do anything about that. So despite leading a large portion of that race, it's the sports sedan that wins out. So it's the sports sedan, Mark Harris, that wins second place, and the winner in the Mini Challenge category is Alexander Lee, just 1 second behind in the end, and Steve O'Malley rounding out the top three. But Mike Harris saved his best till last, fastest lap of the race right at the end, and stole victory in the final corner.
Certainly has, and he also posted his fastest lap, or the overall fastest lap of the race there, Harris, too, in that final lap. And that's why he got up and took victory in the final corner. And he'll be thrilled with that. And the outright win there for that group in front of Alex Lee. Steve O'Malley finished overall second there in the Mini Challenge.
On a bit further back as well, between Bailey and Byrne. Those two separated by just half a second in the end. But there are the results. Mark Harris taking the outright victory. Lee winning in Mini Challenge ahead of Stephen O'Malley and Neil Turner. He'll be very disappointed about that. Led a large portion of that race until a mechanical issue that dropped him back to fourth position, but still some good points for him in the Dave Armstrong Motors Mini. Beyond that, we had Rod O'Malley, Richard Bailey and Jay Byrne. Stephen Turner was a non-starter. Christopher Cotton, despite a couple of attempts, was a non-finisher.
Got a bit of work to do, hasn't he? Did attempt to come back out, but obviously let's have a look at these results. Well, we thought it was all going to be Neil Turner, didn't we? Got a nice big lead, and away he went. And it was catch me if you can tactics down through this section in the early part of the race. There's Rod O'Malley, pop rod there, just going through. And the brand new car here for this weekend. And then there's the Bailey car as well. So not too many challenges there, but things did change quite dramatically just towards the end of this race.
That was the moment when I saw it starting to go slowly, and it never picked up speed from there. So that was the moment that former race leader Turner fell back down through the field. It was on right at the end. Unfortunately, a couple of errors from Lee in the final sector cost him outright victory. Running wide there at the penultimate corner. It opened the door for the Datsun 1200 of Mark Harris, who was happy to oblige and take the race lead, and with it, the race victory. A great performance from him. A really good battle, actually, between the two different classes. But Lee won't be too disappointed, still taking the victory in Mini Challenge. As we can see, a few birds down towards turn number one, enjoying the sights here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's in a great location, isn't it? Literally a stone's throw away from the River Murray. It's a gorgeous location where we are. And where would you rather be on a sunny Saturday in March?
That's dead right. Not too far from the Coorong here. We're just down the road and down Meningie, down at the lakes. So it's a really nice touristy area down through this part of South Australia. And those cars, I can see Miles Bond standing up there too. But it looks of things having out with prototypes, and so it means that the prototypes are not too far away, and you can see them, they're all parked up in pit lane. And while we get this organised, we'll have a short little break.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Call 13 46 46 for a quote. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Well, we've enjoyed a lot of South Australian motor racing in the first half of today. But now we're going to turn our attention to a national championship, one we know quite well here in South Australia. We called qualifying earlier on today, and it was quite an eventful qualifying session, but their race is about to commence. You can see them being sent out in grid order. It is the Australian Prototype Series. So, as you can see, these are quite unique machines. We've got different categories, including an LMP3 machine. There it is, the brand new Ligier P325, driven by Scott Borman. Looking forward to seeing how that goes. He'll be starting out of third on the grid. It's plenty to talk about in this one, Martin and Cara. We love having the Australian prototypes as part of the South Australian Motor Racing Championship.
Yes, we certainly do, Dan. And you can see these magnificent pieces of race cars that make their way out. They are the fastest race cars here this weekend by a long shot, and it will also bring us some very good racing, and can't wait for this one to kick off their national series. And Jason Macris, as I mentioned, on pole in the 5-litre F1 Extreme, and he won that championship here 2 years ago. Of course, Mutt Lauke won last year's championship, and they actually are the front two off the grid. So some great competition up towards the front of the grid there. Scott Borman in the Ligier Le Mans prototype car. What a beautiful piece of a race car that is. We'll certainly see plenty of that here over the weekend. Then we go back to Aaron Steer to round out the top four there in the Wolf Thunder. And Phil Adronis just behind him in the Adronis Auto entry in the Wolf Tornado in the lighter capacity car. And then we've got Ian Eldridge in the only store in the group. Of course, the first of the motorcycle-powered race cars in that group. Then Gary Patel, he goes into, back into that position in front of Sam Milton in car number 46 in the Wolf GB08. And then we've got Paul Trengrove in car 5 in the Wolf Thunder. You used to see Paul in a West race car, so it's a little bit different to what we'd normally see him in. Grant Stolwood from Queensland, Tim Cook, who had a spin in the qualifying session a little bit earlier on this morning, so he was looking actually pretty strong before he did that, so he's got a little bit of work to do. Then we go back to car number 9, which is Matt Powell from Queensland in the Radical. Not too many radicals in the field. In fact, he is the lone radical in the field. And our debutant also this weekend is Emergency Services Group entry there, Michael Yalaris in the Furman F1000, which of course is a 1000cc motorcycle-powered race car in disguise. It looks pretty cool out there.
It does. It does look very cool. Yeah, you said about Paul Trengove. Yeah, he's moved up. He says, you know, I've been in this class a while. I'm just going to move into something a little bit faster as we see the two most recent champions on the front row of the grid. Rolling start for the Australian Prototype Series. The question is, who's going to lead down in towards turn number 1? I'll tell you what, I wouldn't rule out that Ligier LMP3 machine of leading down there into turn number 1. That is a beast. And Aaron Steer in the Force India liveried car as well. Looking forward to this one as they come around the final corner. A couple of them haven't quite caught onto the train at the back of this field. They're going to have to get a little bit of a move on. They just about have as we go racing. Even jump on the front row, but it looks to me like Matt Chris has a bit more straight line speed. In fact, a hell of a lot more straight line speed. He's got 3 or 4 car lengths down towards turn number 1. Borman looks to the inside to try and take second, but the reigning champion closes that one off. Andre was shot around the outside of Steer, but to no avail there as well for position number 4. So a few chops and changes early on. Steer's got a great run out of the corner. He's got past Borman, and he's got past Lauke as well. Or not quite. He had a really good look at turn number 5. I thought he was through, but Lauke was having none of that into turn number 5. But while they're dueling, Matt Chris has got a margin.
Bigger engine capacity race car too. That's a very fast race car in a straight line. So he will be very dominant in the open sections here at the moment. But the battle behind them is certainly going to be fairly interesting. Obviously now with Aaron Steer just up behind Mark Lauke there at the moment. So that's a bit of an indecisive car, isn't it? You just creeps up behind you. The Ligier probably not as quick as what we thought off the start line. Another one that was pretty quick off the line there was Ian Eldridge too in the store. I caught him mid-pack just passing a couple of cars too, so he's got off to a good start as well, a little bit further back. So these are the heavy hitters, aren't they? These is, you know, with Matt with Lauke now, he's under pressure, but Aaron Steer from Jam Motorsports now right up back there at the moment. Both of these are Jam Motorsports prepared cars, and clean as a whistle. Did he get through? Yeah, no problems.
What a move.
He'll take that. Has a big look in the mirror to see where the Lauke Flour Mill's entry is. And he'll just stick to his guns, mate. Lauke's no fool here. And he'll try and get back. That car's also very quick in straight line speed. This is where he'll come into favour here. And he'll get back into that position. You can see the straight line speed there of the Lauke car compared to the Wolf Thunder there of Aaron Steer. Oh, gee, that got a bit willing, if you don't mind. That was very close under brakes there.
He shot the nose up, didn't he, at turn number 2, but Lauke was just taking the line. Oh, no, Lauke's got an issue. Lauke's got an issue on the exit of the corner, and in fact, the leader's slow as well. So what's gone on there? There's no safety car. It's still green flag. So just like that, Steer picks up both positions and moves to the front of the race.
Synchronised mechanical problems there by the looks of things.
I think that Matt Chris had a mechanical issue, and I reckon that Lauke has assumed that we were under safety car conditions, slowed down himself because he's back up to speed now. So I think he saw the race leader slow down, thought he had a mechanical issue, and slowed down himself. Aaron Steer saw that it remained under green flag conditions and thought, how good's this? My Christmases and my birthdays have all come at once.
They certainly have. To the 69 car on his way, Mark Lauke has certainly recovered from that interesting moment. And I think we've lost Jason Macris completely there, as you mentioned, so it's definitely a mechanical problem. So Aaron Steer and Mark Lauke, this will be an intriguing battle. Keep a close eye on this, because there won't be too much between them. There's no Jason Macris here, so similar horsepower race cars there. There's the Ligier there of Scott Borman now behind them. It's extremely busy. It's got Phil Andronis in that group. And it looks like Paul Trengrove also in that group as well. So that's the 23 car, so that's Phil Andronis. And those cars just make their way through. And there's Ian Eldridge, so there's Paul Trengrove just in front of him there.
They come across the line to complete lap number 2, and it's all changed. Steer leads from Lauke, and then Borman is at the head of this train of prototypes as the 19 of Eldridge trying to close the door and does so. So Eldridge moves up to up a position inside now the top 5 ahead of Trengrove. And behind that, we then have Gary Patel and Milton. It's a huge train of cars, but every car, and I love this about this category, every car has its strengths and its weaknesses. You can see the number 19, super slick, super aerodynamic. That's fast in a straight line, but not quite so good in the technical section of the circuit. Every car has strengths and weaknesses. It's good old-fashioned racing in that
That's exactly
sense.
how they are. Different capacity motors. None of them models are actually the same. They're all completely different. As you mentioned, different capabilities at different parts of the track. And this is why this category is so exciting, because it gives you everything. And that's what I really enjoy about it. Very fast race cars. There's our race leader at the moment, Aaron Steer. Of course, the proprietor over there at Jam Motorsport. He's got away from Mark Lauke, but it's a very exciting category. A little bit spread out at the moment. And Aaron's even got his picture on the screen. He'll be loving that.
Certainly will.
Aaron's very much responsible for starting prototype racing here in Australia. And he was the one that really introduced us by bringing in firstly the West race cars, and of course the Wolf race cars were to follow. And now the category is really dominated by a variety of Wolf race cars. So they're all situated at Jam Motorsports, which is located at the garages of this track, just a few hundred metres from where we sit. So they're all prepared. That's why most of the rounds you will see in this National Championship are at this venue. Got a Phillip Island round 2 this year has also been added. And
up the inside comes Lauke late on the brakes, had a good look, but wasn't quite able to execute it that time by. Steer was wise to that one, just took the traditional racing line, didn't worry about Lauke being up the inside. He knew he'd broken late enough to retain that lead position as they go on through. Down in towards the hairpin, defensive move from Steer, so didn't defend at turn 1, but feels the need to here. But Lauke tries all the way around the outside, and it looked good there for a moment, but a mid-corner twitch of oversteer cost him dearly, but he's got a lovely exit. The straight line speed of that car's fantastic, and he takes the lead into turn number 7. Wow, you don't see that very often.
Not down that section of the track. Just keep in mind that I heard a thumping V8 back out there in circulation. So Jacobs is back out on track. And he is absolutely flying. So keep a close eye. Currently back in 10th position. He's got a little bit of work to do, but it's still 12 minutes in this race.
Yeah, it's the longest race we've had today. 25 minutes in duration. From the moment the warm-up lap started, so we're not even at the halfway stage of this race. And you said, well, we said about him setting the fastest lap of the race. It's not even close. A 48.4, 148.4. These guys are in the 1-minute 51s, and they're leading the race. The guys that Macris is catching at the moment, they're in the 53s and the 54s. He's catching them at a handful of seconds a lap, if not more at the moment. So Macris might be 20 seconds back from the lead of the race, but depending how quickly he gets through the traffic, he might still be in a shot of race victory here. He is absolutely flying. We'll see him there. He is at the top of the shot, so he's caught up to this traffic. He was 8 seconds behind them at the start of this lap. He's now just 1 second behind them. He is absolutely flying, and he's already picking a couple off down in towards turn number 1. 2 for the price of 1. Thank you very much. Moves through on both Milton and Cook with ease. That did not cost him even a 1/10 of a second.
I think Milton and Cook were pretty aware of what was coming up behind them. They would have heard the ground shake as he crept up behind those cars, and he picks up those positions, and he is absolutely flying. In fact, he's just at a 147.57 on that lap. So he is absolutely airborne, that V8 powered F1 Extreme at the moment. And he's going to pick these race cars off like grapes off a bunch. And there's a couple. Was that Mark Lauke? Let's have a look. Go back there.
It is. So Lauke's got issues now. And this looks a little bit more terminal. We can see the hazard light flashing on the back of the car. So a couple of title protagonists are having issues in race 1 of the 2026 season. So Lauke is coming to a stop at the bottom of the hill. He's pulled it off the circuit onto the GT layout, the full 7.7 kilometre signal. We lost another one as well.
No, Sven Stahlbaum.
Oh,
in the 99 car, the Queenslander there. He's well out into the weeds there. It's not where you want to be trying to get out of in these race cars. It's extremely low to the ground, so you don't want to be out in that section of the track at all.
I think Stahlbaum was just a spin down at the bottom of the circuit because he's got back going again, come back onto the racetrack. But wow, boy oh boy, has this race changed. Again, every second it's changing, and look at Macris is right in this fight now. Look, he's moving up the inside as he comes across the line. He got 4 places on that lap. He's got Trengrove and he's just got Eldridge as well before turn number 1. So he's now up into the top 4. This is a remarkable performance from the Wolf F1 Extreme driver, a really new machine to prototype racing. You can see how modern it is, of course. It's got the FIA homologated halo, and he's slowing again. Oh no. More heartbreak just when it was looking good, just when we were ruling him into contention. He's coming to a grinding halt again. And just as I say that, it's back working again. What is going on out there?
I wonder if he's got a gearbox selection problem there, Chris. It looks like, it almost looked like he had a handful of neutral there and was trying to find a gear selection. And you can see he's got it in, and away she's gone. So he's got a gear selection problem. I would suggest by just looking at that.
It's all pretty modern, so I hear what you're saying. I agree with you, but I think it's probably an electronic issue that's leading to the gearbox issue. But yeah, I absolutely agree. I agree with what you're saying. Certainly gears are not being selected properly. So out in front, Aaron Steer has pulled a huge lead as a result. He leads by 5.6 seconds from Borman in the LMP3 machine. Wow, it has changed and changed and changed again. I was just going to talk about that Wolf X1 Extreme, a 5.2 litre V8 engine, 650 brake horsepower. It certainly moves, but so does this in the hands of Aaron Steer.
Running in the much lighter capacity race car there, of course, the Wolf Thunder. And you run the 1 litre motor in those cars, so that's another one of the little lightweight cars. Geez, there's a terrific driver there, Scott Borman, headlights ablaze. It's a prototype race car as well. I tell you what, Philadronis will be pretty happy that Jason Macris dropped off him, because he was right up behind Philadronis when that moment occurred. So I just want to see where Macris is at the moment. He's dropped back to 9th position. So I don't know whether he's, where is that car at the moment? There's Ian Eldridge under attack there at the moment. In fact, Jason Macris is headed towards the pits there. And that car now into pit lane. And
spin up.
That's a spinner. So that's Paul Trengrove. And the second of the Andronis Auto entries. That's an interesting picture of with the cap on backwards. He'd be loving that, wouldn't he? Let's have a look at this.
Has there been contact, or has he done it by himself?
He's all by himself.
No, so what happened there was Eldridge ran in deep, and he's tried to cut back on the inside. He's put in a bit too much steering lock, and the rear end didn't like that, and unfortunately the engine's only lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it's cut out again on him. So hopefully this time he's had a bit more luck refiring it, and it remains refired out there on the circuit. But out in front, Aaron Steer continues to march on into the distance. 5.8 seconds at the end of the last lap. I think it's going to be even more on this lap. Powered by a motorbike engine, an Aprilia RSV engine, 1,000 cc's, as you say, a tiny engine, but it is such a lightweight machine. The machine weighs less than 500 kilos, so its power to weight ratio is off the scale. Scott Borman sets his fastest lap of the race and actually closes in by around about a second, so the margin back down to 4.9 seconds. Steer and Borman, 4.9 seconds the margin, and Drewas leads the AP2 class. He is a further 1 second back in third. Ian Eldridge in fourth. Tim Cook in fifth, then Gary Patel, Milton, and Trengove. We await to see if he remains in position number 8 or if he lost a few places with the engine cutting out on him.
As you mentioned there, Scott Borman, certainly the hard charger at the moment. And he's got a little bit of work to do. We're under the 5-minute mark here, so I don't think he's going to have quite enough pace to catch Aaron Steer, but we'll wait and see. We should, as commentators, we should never predict these things.
No.
But we'll wait and find out. But headlights ablaze, so he is driving pretty everything. That is a cool piece of machinery, isn't it?
It certainly
That is one of the best looking race cars I reckon I've ever seen.
I couldn't agree more. Of course, I did say earlier this debuted at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival a couple of weeks ago. And it's great to see it in competitive trim and right at the front straight away. And that's an ominous sign of what's potentially to come, because he's only just learning how this machine works. It looks absolutely fantastic. Of course, it takes me back to the start of 2020, before the COVID-19 pandemic, just a couple of weeks before, when the Asian Le Mans series was here, and they used the full 7.77 kilometre layout. We had LMP2 cars, LMP3 cars, and then world-class GT cars as well. It was absolutely fantastic to have international sports car racing here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Of course, this track is the second longest permanent racetrack, or the 7.7K circuit is anyway, the second longest permanent racetrack in the world, second only to the legendary the Nürburgring Nordschleife circuit.
Remember that Le Mans series? I was here commentating supports here for that particular race meeting.
I was a journalist at that point in time.
I was certainly here, and that was a terrific weekend. Certainly one of the more memorable race meetings I've been involved with, that's for sure.
It was sweltering, wasn't it?
It was hot, yes.
So hot. But the internationals were so impressed with this circuit. They could not praise it anymore. They said what a fantastic facility this is, and what a great circuit the 7.7 kilometre layout was as well. And we will be using that in a couple of rounds' time. This weekend we're on the international layout, and we will be for round number 2 as well. But later on in the year we are changing things up. Round 3 of the Summit Championship Series. That will be on the West Circuit, the shorter circuit that we used to use last weekend as part of the High-Tech All Super Series, and will be used by supercars as well for the 500 kilometre enduro. So the West Circuit is also proving very popular as well. It's the weekend of July 18 and 19 where we'll be using the GT circuit and also the West Circuit, so a couple of layouts that weekend. Then the international circuit on August 22 and 23, and we round out the season with the visit to Malalar. Traditionally, Malalar has been the season opener for the State Series, but this year it's going to conclude the year.
No, I've done a few season-ending twilights there, I suppose.
In recent years, anyway.
Yeah. Things have changed a lot. I've been around too long. Because I've predominantly done most of my calling at Malalar Motorsport Park. It really is my home track. I've spent a lot of weekends out of that venue.
That was a big moment there for Aaron Steer. He nearly steered himself out of race-leading contention there. The rear end of the car did not enjoy that at all, and that's because of the relentless pressure that Scott Borman is really applying at the moment. He's got the margin down to 3 seconds. He's gained another 1 second last time through. So with a minute and a half to go, he is right in the fight here, right in contention. That's a lot less than 3 seconds now, and that's probably due to the mistake from Steer at turn number 3. This is going to be on the final lap.
Looks that way at the moment, and there they are, the top two. That margin has shrunk, as mentioned there, just to 3 seconds now. Slowly but surely, just picking up that ground. But time is definitely going to beat him, unfortunately. Aaron Steer done a great job with this little lightweight Wolf Thunder. Been quite impressive to this point. There it is, and there's the top two. You can distinctively see how that margin has shrunk as we get to the concluding part of this motor race. But we'll wait and see.
Scott Borman has just got stronger and stronger, faster and faster as this race has got on. And Steer pulled out a real comfortable margin early on, and it's just been ebbed away lap upon lap. Borman has been closing and closing and closing. What is it now? It was 3 seconds. They come across the line. The margin is officially 1.6 seconds. It's been halved.
Jesus, game on now, isn't it? Gee, that's an impressive lap. And Borman also does his fastest lap as well. So he is absolutely flying. We're about to find out as we get to the concluding part. We should get another 2 laps in here. This possibly could be the penultimate lap. We'll see how the timing goes, but it's looking like that. There they are. So it is race on.
Oh, very much so.
Oh, and they're so down to turn 6. Under brakes, Borman now right up behind Aaron Steer. right under brakes up the crest. They go to turn 7, flat out of there, and they disappear down over the hill. It's a very fast part of the circuit. Really limited overtaking positions there, but now we get down the back. This is where it really gets serious, doesn't it? Once you get over that back part of the circuit. And you can see Borman, he means business now. Very, very close.
Oh, here we go. Defensive from Steer in the small 1-litre engine machine. Borman really had to think about going around the long way, but there's no grip there, no grip on the outside of turn number 13. These guys have got to think about points potentially as well, because the two main rivals last year for the championship are out. Macris out, Lauke out. So in terms of the championship, they've taken a real hammer blow in race number 1, but it's surely too early to think about the championship. They just want the big W, the race win, with 1 lap to go. They exit the final corner. How much faster is Borman in a straight line? Well, we're going to get our answer here. His Steer got a little bit of a slipstream, maybe a slight one, but he's pulled to the inside. He'll have no slipstream there. Borman around the outside, he's later on the brakes, or is he? Steer really late on the brakes, came back off the brake pedal almost to dart back up the inside and holds the position. And again, though, a mistake at turn number 3, big twitch of oversteer there for Steer. That's the second time I've seen that, and that's going to affect his exit. And look at Borman, he's like a train coming at him down towards turn number 6. He's looking to the inside, down to the hairpin. Lap traffic could play a factor here as Steer goes a little bit wide. Borman shows the nose, but he can't squeeze through. He's got a lovely exit. Geez, that thing accelerates out the corners well, doesn't it? There's Lauke on the outside. He's watching on as a probably quite interested spectator. This has been a real barnstormer to kickstart the Australian Prototype Series here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. These cars suit this track so very well through this fast-flowing section of the circuit. Again, Borman in a straight line is just so fast, but Steer is placing the car in all the right places, exactly where he needs to, and not defending when he doesn't, but he's in a bit deep there, in a bit too deep at turn number 14. I thought that might have just been the written invitation that Scott Borman was after, but no, Steer scampers out of there like a rat when it's seen some cheese. He escapes out of the grasp, out of the clutches of Borman, who's flashing the lights, trying to do everything to put Steer off, but it's not quite going to be enough. Steer has really driven smartly late on in that race. A fantastic performance from him. He will really be thrilled about that. Borman threw everything at it, but not quite enough in the end. What a race.
What a thrilling finish for those two go across the line. Phil Andronis finishes up in 3rd after all. That'd be delighted with that. And Gary Patel gets himself up into 4th position in front of Ian Eldridge. So that's the top 5. Sam Milton's made up a little bit of ground as well. Checker flag, well and truly flying. Well, that's a performance, isn't it? Certainly the challenges were had there for Aaron Steer. Obviously with the earlier dropouts and then that challenge from Scott Borman there towards the end. So Patel's across the line. Sam Milton's just gone across in 6th position. Tim Cook will finish up in 7th. Well spread out, a few of those back in the pack there. But, that's a good performance. It's really Jack and Goliath kind of a thing with the lightweight Aprilia powered Thunder out the front and the heavy hitting Ligier, but terrific finish. There they are. So Aaron Steer from Scott Borman, Phil Andronis, Gary Patel, there's the top 4 as I just mentioned. Ian Eldridge, Sam Milton, Tim Cook. Paul Trengrove finished up in 8th after all of that. Then Matt Powell. Glenn Staubaum had a bit of an interesting moment in that race too, so he just gets himself inside the top 10 there after his earlier spin. And that does wrap out the top 10 there as the last few competitors just finish off. Glenn Staubaum will be one of those. And let's have a look at these highlights. There's lots of highlights here, Dan.
Certainly
lots and lots of things going on. Cars left, right, lots of changes. This is the interesting moment. Let's have a look at this replay. And there's Lauke buttoned the thing off, and there's the moment where he probably thought that we might have been a full course yellow. We're not too sure what the story is there. Macris obviously with his problems in that earlier part of the race. and then these two had a battle. So then it was Steer, and Lauki did get to the lead momentarily. But he also became a little bit unglued. There goes Glenn Staubum. He's out in the grass.
It was a
Jason Magra's second problem. No gear selection by the looks of things there, so he drops out of the race. Another spinner there as well.
Yeah, that was the number 5 of Trengove, who did recover, but that was a big moment from Steer, and that's when I knew he was pushing hard to try and keep ahead of the LMP3 Ligier. He did just, but boy oh boy did he have to fight hard for that. Fantastic Burson Auto Parts highlights there, just highlighting how many memorable moments there were in race number 1 of the season. Steer taking it by a margin of 0.9 of a second. But Borman in the LMP3 machine, that's an ominous sign. He comes in and straight away he is on the pace of the front runners. He came home just shy, but race number 1, P2 in the brand new car. Very cool.
So I can see Luke down there floating around looking for an interview. I don't think we're too far away. And Miles Bond standing up there with the headset, the big, tall, slim character there, helping out with the prototypes here this weekend. Normally in sports sedans here in SA, and helping out Jam Motorsports here over the weekend. He's actually helping out Sam Milton, and there's Sam's car just being pushed back into the garage. And those cars now being put away. So old friend there, Matt Titani, there taking photographs in the background. So it's all happening down there at the moment after race 1 there in the Australian Prototype Series. We've got one more race to come. We'll finish off a bit of an earlier finish here too on the first day, with improved production coming up in just a few moments' time.
There's Scott Borman with Courtney Tyler, who's just going to help undo the helmet of the man who came home in position number 2. And he'll be pleased about that, I think, despite coming agonisingly close to the victory. New car, new machine, and boy oh boy, there you go, big smile on his face. He is very pleased about that. And down there in the lane, Luke Maders with a couple of our winners.
Scott Borman, P2, first ever time in the car out on a race weekend. How was it? You were really giving Aaron a run for his money.
Yeah, thank you. I just this was just about being consistent and yeah, just having fun out there, just doing what the car's made to do. You know, it's an awesome car that you can just keep pushing and pushing, and you don't get any brake fade. Like, you know, the tyres wear really good. Balance was awesome. Amazing. My guys, my crew on comms there, Courts and Dino, and Benno as well. But yeah, they all like really helped me, encouraged me right through the whole thing, and yeah, I loved it, every minute of it.
Oh, fantastic. And unfortunately, we had the misfortune of J-Mac having some car issues. And if that happens again, do you think you can capitalise and possibly bring a win out this weekend?
Well, you know, if it happens, it happens. So I'm not going to try and, yeah, predict too far ahead. I'm just out there having fun. I'm not racing for championship points this year. So it's just about giving the car a good run, showing the spectators what the car actually is, because a lot of them haven't seen these LMP3 cars before here at the Bend. And but yeah, I'll just try my best, and whatever the, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, mate, enjoy it, and you drove extremely well. So we'll see you back tomorrow.
Thanks again, Luke. Cheers. Pleasure. Thanks, Luke.
Well done.
Thanks very much, Luke, down there in the lane, getting the gossip from that one. But very interesting to hear what Scott Borman had to say there about the fact he's just out there enjoying himself, not really going for the points. He just wants race victories, and he was very close on that particular occasion, just behind Aaron Steer in the end. But we can see in the background the kartdrome in full use today, all day long, Martin and Caro. It's a world-class karting facility down there.
Certainly is. Having a look at Phil Andronis there, just taking the suit off. Certainly a lot of improvement, certainly for Phil in that race as well. And Glenn Staubum up there, who's had his interesting moments in that race as well. Deep discussion with his crew there. So some interesting debriefing moments happening down there in pit lane. And certainly a great look at our shots there down in front of pit lane as well. Paul Kerngrove's car all there, all nice and close up and handy.
This is just highlighting all the different shapes and sizes that we have in this category. And yes, they're all different shapes, but size-wise as well. You got some that look like stretch limousines, and you got some tiny little flat things that are about 30 centimetres high. So there's a lot of different shapes and sizes, and that's why we love the Australian Prototype Series. One more race to go. It's improved production race number 2, and we'll have that live in a few moments' time.
Hey, just going to need some front pads for a 2023 Subaru WRX. I just got up on the hoist now. How quickly can you get it to me?
Yep, we've got them in stock. We'll get it to you straight away.
Here you go.
Ah, thanks. All sorted.
All good, Pete. Talk to you soon. Burson Auto Parts, Dan speaking. Oh, hey, Claire. What can I do for you today? Yes, the part is in stock. We'll get it to your workshop straight away.
With over 1,200 cars on the roads each day and more than 215 stores around the country, you're guaranteed to get what you need when you need it. Because at Burson, we'll get it sorted.
Well, we've been spoilt so far today. Fantastic racing in all of the categories. We've seen all of them once, and we're going to end with improved production race number 2 to finish off the day. What's been your highlight, Mark? There's been so much good racing.
There's been a bit going on, isn't there? Goodness me. So, yeah, I really enjoyed that race, actually. That was pretty cool as well. Plus, the XLs have been full tilt again, as per normal.
Yes.
So certainly some great highlights so far. For only with day 1, we've got a lot more to get through. We've still got tomorrow, and of course the one race we still got to go in improved production here in just a few moments' time, which is also full of action. We can expect anything at the moment, but we're certainly looking forward to that in a few moments. It's good to be here, involved once again for yet another state series, proudly brought us by Summit this year. Not Stomach, I'll get that right in a moment. Just you get things that I get a little mixed up, but it is late in the day.
Absolutely. Earlier on, it was Cook that prevailed in improved production. Jared Tonks took pole position by a comfortable margin, but we saw a lot of smoke from that machine. I'm not sure if that was costing him any performance, but it certainly meant that he wasn't able to take the fight. And as they roll out onto the track, I noticed that he's missing. So Tonks, we saw the smoking machine. He has not made it out for the start of race number 2. So big drama already.
Yes, we did see that smoke a little bit earlier on. So Jared Tonks, the Victorian, looks like he'll take no part in this race. But it certainly was a dominant performance there from Scott Cook, and really did draw away pretty convincing victory in the end as well. Probably it's interesting to see Brett Waters was down there at lunchtime. I saw him. He had the rear end pulled out of that car in the diff, so that car was up on jack. So we'll have to wait and see whether the under 2-litre Peugeot will make an appearance, but there could be some significant doubt over that. So there's the comeback kid there, James Bedford. He's did a pretty good job in race 1 just to hold off to 4th position after Andrew Cogan put a pass down in mid-race. And that's the way they'll line up. Let's have a look at the grid here. So it is Cook on pole position. No Jared Tonks there. So he'll be on the front part of the grid all on his lonesome. Andrew Cogan in the V8 powered BMW, then James Bedford. Jason Palmer got a little bit of work to do. Found a little bit competitive in that mid-pack. Then Steve Campbell, Cam Hallett there in the 23 car in the BMW M3. Ian Stapen, the first of the Magners there, or the Tonsley Tixfords, I think is the new nickname down there. Or what's the other one I mentioned, the Noarlunga NASCAR. A few interesting names that have come up. Braden Cogan, then Anthony Norris, Mark Kempston, Don Coppola back this season. Sam Bird also, who we didn't see too much last year in the Subaru. And the 94 car there, Mark Garnett, who had a bit of a spin there in the previous race. And then Jim Myhill, another one in the Magners. Carl Ward in the new car and the new Datsun this season. And so that's a new upgraded car. Matt Wright, we didn't see at all in the last year in the championship, and the heavy-hitting Datsun 120Y. That's a really cool race car too. We didn't see too much of it in our footage there in the last race, but hopefully we can get inside of that car. Let's go 888, the Ramsey Rambar car in the BMW E36. Harry Gagario in the TSM Motorsport entry there, and the BMW M3. Matt Kelly in the pretty much stock standard BMW E36. And then we go back to the under 2 litre cars. Richie Holland in the Subaru BRZ. And I don't think we'll see too much of Brett Waters here with that car still up on the jacks.
I've watched a lot of improved production racing, as have you, of course, Mark. But what I really like about the South Australian series is the variety, particularly in Victoria. Fantastic series, the Victorian series, but it is dominated by big V8-powered General Motors products. The top 5 or 6 cars are that way. Here in South Australia, we've got real good variety, from the Magnus that we see on the screen to the Datsuns, the Nissans, the BMWs. It's a really open playing field here in South Australia.
Certainly the BMWs have certainly come on board in the recent couple of seasons as well. They've really developed, and we've seen a fair bit of that throughout the series. Of course, we've got to have South Australia representation here, of course, with the Magnus.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
they're built right here in Adelaide. So there's the empty grid there where Jared Tonks normally would have been. So he's obviously found a problem with that car.
You said about the Magnus, they not only built here in South Australia, but tested here. This was the Mitsubishi Proving Ground in years gone by.
Was. Hidden behind all the trees and bushes at the time, and the big fence that used to be here. You probably wouldn't even know the testing ground was here, but we certainly know this complex is here.
Correct, absolutely we do. Green flag at the back, as we say. The empty slot for Jared Tonks. That should mean it's a little bit of an easy run for Cook.
Look at the Bedford here.
Turn 1.
Got a clean run through too. No one in front of him.
Oh, he stalled it. He stalled it on the line.
The whole field behind him. That is not what you want to see. Oh, good to see heart and mouth moment there for James Bedford. They all drivers did a terrific job. They all got around him. And this leaves, obviously, the car there of Cook out in front. Look at the start that Palmer got. Absolutely fly. Gets him up in the 2nd position. And Ian Statham trying to do a bit of the same. You can see the Mitsubishi Magna there trying to pick one through. And his teammate there, and Mark Kempster, just behind him, tried to sneak through underneath him as well. There's a lot happening in the mid part of that grid there. It was all mixed up, but Jason Palmer was the winner out of there. He is straight up into 2nd position. He started from 5th position on the grid and gets himself in front there of Andrew Cogan. 2 very different BMWs there. One with a couple of extra cylinders.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's going to try and attack around the outside. They can't even see Cook. They need the binoculars. They might even need a telescope. He's that far ahead as they head down the hill for the first time. So Palmer P2, Cogan P3, Benford, he might have started P4. He's certainly not there now. He's right towards the tail of this field. It's the little Datsun that's just behind them. So a bit of variety up the front of this field. There's no doubt about that, as I was just saying before. Really, really cool to see. As part of the Summit Series, is up the inside comes Cogan. That was late. That was really opportunistic. You don't see too many passes into turn number 13. I don't think Palmer was expecting it. We certainly weren't, and it paid dividends as a result.
Is that Anthony Norris behind Jason Palmer? It looks like he's coming out of
it is.
Out of the clouds there. So he's got a terrific start. So the little Datsun there just behind them. So there we go. So Anthony Cook up and away the battle for 2nd and 7th. And there's Anthony Norris. He's absolutely flown off the grid.
He started from position number 10. He thinks he's Lando Norris out there at the moment as he comes around the final corner. What a start. P4, we haven't seen that car up this far in quite a large amount of time. Up 6 places, not the only one. Garnett also up 6 places on the opening lap of the race. If we remember, Garnett was comfortably inside the top 10 earlier on, but he spun at the final corner and fell down the order as a result. So he started P14 in this one. Another big mover, Rabar in the 888 machine. The BMW E36 sponsored by ZS Eatery. He's up the most of the lot, up up 8 positions, up inside the top 10. Great start from him.
Got to watch out for them BMW E36s. They are highly competitive in this field. And we were just talking before how the growth of the BMW has become a part of this series. And that's certainly another one that's starting to pick his way through. But Anthony Norris, he's an absolute man on a mission. We'll see if he can keep up with Jason Palmer here. And he's doing a great job at the moment. So Cook at the moment, already 5.5 seconds lead. That's impressive from off just in the early part of this race, only on their second race lap. So there's been a lot of chops and changes. In fact, he's in front of that Steve Campbell just behind him now. The other one of the BMW E36s in the group. They're breeding these E36s. There's quite a few of them in the field. But we certainly keeping a close eye. The little pocket rocket there, the little Datsun, the Grand Auto Wreckers entry there of Anthony Norris.
Seems to be dragging Campbell along with him as well.
I'd love to see a replay of that start. I'm just going to just work out how he plucked those positions. Very interesting.
Well, we know we got one. Jared Thomas didn't start. Yeah. We know that he also got Benford because of the stall. So there was a couple straight away. But still, to get another 4 places beyond that was a fantastic start from him.
Let's have a look at this. We're going to get a replay here. Now keep an eye on this little Datsun. There he comes. He's on that towards the fence there on the outside. Comes a bit tardy in. Statham was a bit tardy off the line too on the middle part of the track. And he just sweeps the field. He just goes around the Magnus, gets around the BMW. Oh, a bit skirmish under brakes too. And he just picks the whole lot off.
Yeah, he's done it straight away.
Absolutely picked them off like grapes.
I assumed he'd done a few in the tight first few corners, but no, all of it was done straight away down towards turn number 1. This car has pulled a huge lead. Lap number 2, he was 5.5 seconds faster than anybody else on the racetrack. He leads the way by 11 seconds as a result in the Impulse Boutique machine. Fantastic start from Scott Cook. It's best of the rest, really. The fight for P2. Kogan, Palmer, Norris are nose to tail, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Stephen Campbell is not being dropped either. He's in position 60. Recovering Garnett is recovered to about where he was, I think, when he spun earlier on. I think he was about in 6th position when he had his huge lose out of the final corner. So it was a learning experience for him in his first race, and he's improved on that and sits 6th now.
Scott Cook, as I mentioned earlier on, very good record at this track. This Sylvia absolutely loves this place and got a pretty impressive record here as it is. We didn't see too much of him last year, just the 1 round completed. But certainly, there's the margin there. He's absolutely, he loves this part of the track as well. So we'll go back to Andrew Kogan there, back in 2nd position. So the little small capacity V8 motor there in that race car number 51. In fact, 4-litre V8. Doing a great job there. They're fairly new to this game too, because they've only been around probably the last 3 seasons of this series. So it's good to see them looking a lot more competitive up towards the pointy end of the field. Certainly Andrew Braden's a little bit further back in the field. So, and there they come, the 2 BMWs, very distinctively different. And there's Anthony Norris behind them. So he's certainly holding steady at the moment. In the heat haze there down the main straight, you can certainly see the heat. They're coming off the bitumen down there.
Kogan slewing from side to side under brakes. He's right on the limit of adhesion under brakes. In the plain blue number 51, of course, number 51, I think of the Kmart Commodore of Greg Murphy, of course, for many, many years. But you've got to know that you're going to put in some good results if you get a slap 51 on the side of it, and Kogan is doing just that. The car directly behind him has been around this series for a good number of years and has taken part in a few TCM races as an invited class car in the hands of Jason Palmer. So that's pretty cool. This is my favourite livery of the weekend, the Leighton House livery. How cool's that?
It's the Mad Dad Grand Auto Wreckers of Car War. That's a brand new car too. And previously had an earlier model Datsun Sunny, so this is the upgraded model. typical improved production car. They were pretty prominent, some of these Datsuns, certainly going back 20 years ago. And not so many these days. Obviously, parts are a little bit harder to find, even though there's practically nothing original about that Datsun at all. But they're certainly doing a great job. And he's done a great, as I mentioned, they've done a great job of presentation. He's got Sam Bird behind him, who we didn't see too much last year either. So good to see him back. Oh, gee. Just as I speak there, Bird's just trying out the rally expertise of that WRX. Originally was a rally car, so trying to get back to his roots there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thought I can just shortcut this corner. I don't need to do turn number 12. I can just cut across the grass. But no, Sam Bird does need to do it. That is not Sam Bird, the Formula E driver and former GP2 champion. That is a different Sam Bird, the Australian Sam Bird. I'm pretty sure Bird's racing somewhere, the English one, overseas in Formula E. I think they're over in America or something this weekend. But certainly our own Samuel Bird out there on the racetrack at the moment. South Australian zone.
Stolen the Leighton House livery.
Well, somebody was off down there.
Yeah,
I think it turned 17.
What was that dust down there? There's our race leader, that's Scott Cook. Nearly 20 seconds between him and Andrew Cogan. He's absolutely given him a hiding here.
It's consistently 5 seconds a lap. Consistently, lap after lap after lap. So another 5 seconds last time through, faster than anybody else. So he's in another league. He's in a different postcode out there at the moment. And he probably is, actually, seeing how big this area is. He probably is literally in a different postcode.
It would be a different suburb if you're in Adelaide.
Yeah, correct, absolutely. Such a fantastic facility. It's ginormous. Of course, not only the race circuit is 7.77 Ks in length, but you've also got at one end, you've got the kart drome towards the final couple of corners when you first enter the venue. You've got the dragway, and of course the four-wheel drive circuit as well. There's something for everybody here, and there is a big drag meeting here next weekend.
Oh, yeah, the Riverbend Nationals next weekend. That's going to be massive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, plenty of tickets have already been sold for that too, so get on board. And it's one of our big national competitions of drag we have here throughout the year. Of course, we have the Spring Nationals a little bit later in the year, but the Riverbend Nationals certainly kicks things off.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. Make sure you come back here next weekend, or if you're watching at home, make sure you come to the dragway at the Bend in South Australia, just an hour southeast of the Adelaide capital, the capital of South Australia. And again, another 2 minutes 4 second time for Scott Cook. So I assume that means he'll pull out around about 5 more seconds once again from Andrew Cogan, who comes around the final corner. So he's got well over the lead of the pit straight advantage, comes across the line. It was 19 seconds. He's pulled out even more on that lap. He's pulled out 6 seconds, so it's now a 26-second margin.
He's absolutely flying them out of the water here. Doing 2:04.6 on that last lap.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. That's a dominant performance.
This is the final lap of the race, so he'll be looking to get that to half a minute in a 6-lap race. That is absolutely insane. I've been pleased to see that Jason Palmer certainly found a bit more poke in this race. So he was in and around the top 5 throughout that last race, but he didn't have the answer to some of those ahead of him. In this one, he sits in position number 3, but we said, didn't we, in the race earlier on today, yeah, he won a few races last year, but he built up the championship through being just so very, very consistent, and that's what won it for him in the end. Scott Cook, who we're seeing on the screen at the moment, didn't take part in all the rounds. When he did, he was right at the front, but he didn't compete in all of them. And there were other drivers that came in for a few rounds, had mechanical issues, missed the next round. And over the course of the season, you just have to be consistent. But so far, Scott Cook, whoa, who gets all crossed up and off the track. He doesn't need to do this.
Whiz, what's he doing out there?
He doesn't need to do that. It's the final lap of the race. He's leading by 26 seconds. He wants to better his fastest lap once again. And boy, oh boy, threw everything at it there. Got all crossed up, threw it out through the grass. Let's see what this lap is. There's no checkered flag at the ready.
I think it's going to get another one.
There it is at the top.
There it is right at the top there of the podium. So right up there on the platform, and he'll get the checkered flag, and then we're just going to put the kettle on while we wait for the next competitor to come through. It's going to be a little while.
Hey, that lap was his worst of the race. It was only a 2:08. He's still faster than anybody else on any other lap of the motor race, but it was 4 seconds slower than what he's done previously. Kogan comes around in a lonely position, number 2. There it is. Checkered flag is now waving down the bottom as well. P2, 27.6 seconds, the end margin. Jason Palmer in 3rd. And what a performance. Anthony Norris, what impressed me there, Mark, is yes, he took 4th place at the start, but he kept it.
That's right, so consistent driving there. Steve Campbell to follow through James Bedford. And is that the Garnett car?
Yeah.
He's improved out of sight there, making his way through. And then it'll be the second of the Kogan cars. Ian Statham there, you can see the white Magna in front of the Kogan car. And then it looks like the other one of the Magnas there, that's Mark Kempster making his way through, part-time lawnmower racer. He was actually doing that last weekend, I do believe.
What a great recovery from Benford, considering he stalled on the grid. Great evasive action, though, from the rest of the field to avoid him at the start of that race. Here's the results then in that one. Scott Cook taking the win by 27.6 seconds. Kogan second. Jason Palmer in position number 3. Norris 4th. Stephen Campbell rounding out P5. He stayed out of trouble in the Lewis engine-sponsored machine. Benford recovered to 6th. He got past Garnett, who himself recovered up to P7 late on in that one, so those two swap places on the final lap. Cameron Hallett in 8th, Ian Statham in 9th, and Braden Hogan rounding out the top 10. Mark Kempster, who was the runner-up in the series last year, he came just outside of the top 10 in position number 11. As we look at our Burson Auto highlights.
Well, there was the bogged down start from James Bedford. Lucky nobody got him. But what about a start for this guy, Anthony Norris? Picked up a stack of positions and just whipped around the field down into turn 1. Got himself up to 4th, and that's where he finished the race. But in the meanwhile, it's the impulse by Tiki entry there of Scott Cook in a world of his own, just streeted away from the field. Oh, and there's the Sam Bird incident. Tipped the car over in the grass there just for a moment. Testing out the WRX's capabilities. On and off track as well. Goes through Matt Wright there in the 121. We didn't see too much of that. Oh, this is the moment just towards the end of the race.
Jeez.
Just gets the rear wheel out of the grass there. Just a little bit of lucky save, but brings that Sylvia home. And it's another suburb back to second position.
That was even more Larry than I thought on the final lap. He had several goes at it, didn't he, trying to make it into the corner there. He did just about do so as Kogan brings his car into the lane. I think he'll be quite content with today's action. A P3 earlier, a P2 this afternoon. He'll be looking to go one better in the 2 improved production races tomorrow. What a fantastic start to the season, though. So much action, Martin and Caro.
Geez, there's plenty of that, and we've seen plenty of action certainly throughout the day as well, and that's a good way to wrap up day 1 of round 1 of this championship. Improved production is always a good way to finish off a bit of improved production racing towards the end of the afternoon. And certainly we saw plenty of happening in there. Very dominant performance from Scott Cook. He's certainly got his old form back. And good to see him back here once again. So that's the wrap there from improved production racing. Well, Dan, it's been a pretty full-on day. We've, as you mentioned there, quite a lot of action happening in various categories there. So certainly very exciting for all the viewers out there that have been watching in our live stream here for the Bend TV station. Brand new initiative, of course, for the Summit Championship. And I hope you've all enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks ever so much for tuning in as part of the series, the South Australian Summit Series. We hope you enjoyed the action. There's plenty more tomorrow. All the categories you saw have got 2 races across the course of the day. From myself, Dan McCarthy, Martin and Caro, and the rest of the team, we look forward to seeing you then.